Hello and welcome to the first ever Adoptium Summit. My name's Tim Ellison and it's my pleasure to welcome you all from different parts of the world. We've got a really fun day planned ahead for us and I'm looking forward to hearing from a number of very distinguished speakers about all things Adoptium. I'd like to start by thanking a whole number of people who've worked together to make today's summit possible. Everybody who submitted a talk to our request for speaking today, the program committee who worked very hard to select from a number of talks, all of which were very good submissions, and we've been able to put together a very exciting program for you to listen to today. And to the Eclipse Foundation, who've enabled this whole event. It's gone very smoothly. And they've helped us to promote it. And of course, thank you to you for coming today, to joining this session and to learning a lot more about different topics to do with the Adoptium project. I'd also like to thank the members of the Adoptium project whose support have made all of this possible. We have a number of members and you can see their logos on the screen at the moment, all who support the project, not just for today's summit, but throughout the entire life cycle of the project. And without their support and backing, none of the work that we do would be possible. So a big thank you to everybody who is contributing to Adoptium as a contributor, as a member, and as a supporter. In terms of what's going to be happening today, we're going to have a number of talks throughout the day. There'll be some longer talks and some shorter talks on a variety of different topics. We have scheduled in some breaks during today to give you a chance to have a comfort break, go and get a drink, think about some of the topics that we've discussed today. All of these talks are going to be recorded. And once we've had a chance to edit those recordings, they'll be uploaded and available to be shared afterwards. So if you have a chance to see these talks today, that's great. If you miss because you have to step away, that's fine. You'll have a chance to catch up with those afterwards. Because of the size of the group that we are at the moment, everybody's microphone is muted. So we won't be taking questions live by you speaking to us directly, but you've probably already found that there is a chat facility on this broadcast. So the channel there is for you to have a general chat about what you're hearing, to be able to talk to each other. We'll have a quick look at that chat. But if you have a specific question targeted to the speaker, there is also a Q&A tab. So if you go to the one on the right-hand side there, which has a little question mark against it, you can type in a question and we have some people standing by who have experience in the Adoptium project who will be able to answer some of those questions for you. Again, if we don't have time to answer all of those questions live, we'll store those questions up and we'll get back to the team and supply answers to those after the event. During our breaks, we're going to put up some fun polls as well. That's a way for you to interact with us and share some of your opinions about things that we're asking you about. And also, when the entire event is over, we'll send out a request for feedback to the speakers. So you'll be able to give your opinion as to what you thought of the talk, how it was delivered, and enable us to do this as a better event in the future. So I wanted to start with just a very broad overview of Adoptium for people who aren't as familiar with how we are structured. Adoptium refers to a top level, sort of like an umbrella project that represents a whole different number of projects beneath it. Adoptium itself provides the oversight, the governance, and the rules by which those projects operate and ensures that they all coherently come together to deliver on the goals of Adoptium project itself. Underneath Adoptium's top-level project, we have some specific technical projects which deliver products and goods. Notably, we have the Temurin project that's responsible for delivering a Java runtime and development kit. This is the product that you will be downloading to enable you to run your Java applications. Temurin is responsible for building those runtime kits. for packaging them, for distributing them in lots of different consumable ways. And that's the project which concerns itself with the actual runtime itself. The AQAvit project, that is the quality control project. So AQAvit has been designed as a way of testing various dimensions of quality for Java runtimes and development kits. It's used extensively to test the Temurin runtimes that we produce here at the project, but it's general enough to be able to use any Java vendor runtime or development kit and test them as well. And so we set a very high bar in terms of AQAvit validation for Java runtimes, and all of the Temurin deliveries meet that high bar of AQAvit. We've got the Mission Control project. That is a tool which enables you to monitor the performance of your Java application without the traditional overheads of adding monitoring code in there for performance. We have also got the Migration Toolkit for Java, and that is a set of tools that can be used as a static and dynamic analysis of your applications and give you some feedback and suggestions of how you can move through Java versions to keep up with the latest Java capabilities. And finally, we have the Incubator project. That's a location that, again, falls under the governance of Adoptium and is a location for teams to come together to work on some ideas that may be futuristic type ideas or speculative ideas. The incubator is not responsible for delivering a product, but the outcome of the incubator are ideas and suggestions which then flow through other product-oriented projects. So as I mentioned earlier, we have a number of exciting speakers today. These speakers are going to be talking to us about lots of different areas of Adoptium and those projects that I mentioned earlier. We've got some people who are bringing their user stories, telling us about their usage of Temurin and how successful that has been for them, and some suggestions and hints about experiences learned from that. We have some talks that are explaining to you how we operate as a project and talk about the inner workings of Adoptium, talking about the amount of infrastructure that we have to manage and how we manage to get our products out efficiently, safely, and quickly to everybody who's dependent upon the Temurin runtimes. We have a strong topic and a theme about secure software development, a very important aspect of what we focus on at Adoptium. And so there are a couple of talks related to secure software development and how we provide you with any vulnerability information that comes to light when our products have been delivered, but also how we do day-to-day development to minimize the vulnerabilities which are in those deliveries. We talk about innovation. So again, innovation, a strong theme through the projects that we have. The Migration Toolkit has got some very innovative ideas about how it searches your code to make suggestions. And we talk about some AI enhancements to testing practices that we've used to be able to really boil down a lot of information down to some very specific insights into the testing results. And then we've got a couple of talks about how we can work together. And this is reviewing the plans that Adoptium has been following for the last couple of years, and also talking about future-looking plans, how you can be involved, different areas where we require some additional skills, or where we're welcoming people into the community and the project to be able to contribute directly to the success of Adoptium. So we have some really exciting things to look forward to. I ask you to sit back, enjoy the event. There are a number of ways you can interact with us, as described, as shown on the screen here, and we really look forward to hearing from you. So it's my great pleasure to introduce the first speaker. The first speaker is Bruno Verachten. Bruno's role is Senior Developer Relations at CloudBees, and he has responsibility over the Jenkins project. He's a regular contributor to the Jenkins CI system, and he co-leads the Jenkins Special Interest Group. He tells me he also dabbles in beekeeping and permaculture, so that's pretty cool too. Today he's going to share with us Navigating the Java Seas, Jenkins' Journey with Temurin. Thank you. Over to you, Bruno.
Thanks a lot. Let me try to present my screen. Come on. The screen is actively being shared. I'm afraid I can't share my screen unless somebody lets me do so. Tim, are you still sharing your screen? I guess so. Okay, thank you. Let me retry then.
Sorry, I was still sharing mine. I've taken it off.
That's okay. There we go. Okay, are you able to see my screen now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. That's cool. Let's go then. Oh, you fellow sailors of the software seas. Welcome aboard the good ship Jenkins, where we are constantly navigating the tumultuous waters of continuous integration and delivery. I'm delighted to have you join us today as we embark on a voyage through Jenkins' evolving relationships with Java Development Kit. Jenkins, as many of you know, is a trusty vessel that helps developers around the world build, test, and deploy their software with confidence. I heard the other day in the Rope and Rudder pub that even Temurin was using Jenkins to build part of its software. And much like a ship needs a sturdy hull and a reliable compass, Jenkins relies on a robust Java foundation to carry out its mission. And this is where JDK management comes into play. It's the keel of our ship, providing stability and performance as we sail through the ever-changing seas of software development. Now, let me unfold the map and show you the journey we've charted. Our tale is one of adaptation and improvement, much like how ancient mariners evolved from coastal navigation to crossing vast oceans. So our journey took us from the familiar harbors of Docker images to the open seas of direct Temurin binaries. It's a tale of optimization, security enhancements, and expanding horizons. We've navigated through API integration, crossed into multi-platform waters, and even ventured into the uncharted territories of RISC-V. So, batten down the hatches and prepare to set sail. We're about to embark on an exciting expedition through Jenkins' Java journey, where we'll explore how we've harnessed the power of Temurin to steer our projects toward smoother waters and brighter horizons. When I joined the Jenkins project at the beginning of 2022, the community was already well versed in the ways of Docker images. And these container images provided a convenient way to package and distribute Java binaries, allowing us to set sail on our CD/CI journey with ease. We had container images for the Jenkins controller and agents, each one a sturdy vessel in its own right. And at that time, we were still using the trusted JDK 8 and 11 binaries, and later on Docker images supplied by OpenJDK. They had served us for many years. I know that JDK 8 might seem like ancient history in the fast-paced world of software development, but it was a reliable workhorse that got the job done. We were already targeting a few CPU architectures, but our focus was primarily on x86-64, the most common architecture for our users. We kept a watchful eye on the Oracle horizon for signs of new versions, the famous Oracle patch day. And most of the time, we were able to produce updated Docker images within a few days of a new JDK release. However, this process was largely manual work, and we were always looking for ways to automate and streamline it. Can you imagine the effort required to update all the Docker files, test the images, and push them to Docker Hub? It was a tremendous amount of work, and we were constantly on the lookout for ways to improve the process. So we transitioned to the Eclipse Temurin Docker images in 2021 or 2022, depending on the repo, which was a significant step forward in terms of security and reliability. And this marked the beginning of our partnership, I would say, with Temurin. So here we have Mark Waite at the helm, a Jenkins pillar who was instrumental in this transition and has been a key figure in the Jenkins community for many years. You might wonder, why am I focusing so much on Docker? Is it because of the nautical theme I've chosen for this presentation? Well, partly, but of course, there is a deeper reason. It's an essential part of our journey, and understanding our starting point helps appreciate where we are now. But I admit it, I'm a big fan of containers, and I believe they are a fantastic way to package and distribute software. Later, we'll discuss how the Jenkins project recommends Temurin as its preferred JDK, but for now, let's focus on the Docker images. So why do we provide Jenkins Docker images? Is it the best way to distribute Jenkins? I'd say it's a convenient method that works for many users. If you want to avoid the potential headache of installing Java, Tomcat, Nginx, and Jenkins separately, you can simply pull the Jenkins image from the Docker Hub and be ready to go. It's a quick and easy way to get started with Jenkins, allowing users to dip their toes in without getting overwhelmed. And Jenkins embraces containerization, using it extensively in its architecture, and provides Docker images for user convenience. We offer Docker images for the Jenkins controller, the agents, targeting different CPU architectures, operating systems, and Linux distributions. For example, we have images for Debian, Arch Linux, CentOS, Red Hat, ONMO Linux, Alpine, and even Windows. And these images serve as a foundation and can be extended to include necessary tools and libraries for your specific builds. And we also maintain a set of Docker images ready for various project types such as Maven, Python, Node, Android. And these images have been downloaded over 20,000 times and serve as a starting point for many Jenkins users. So to summarize, at the time, we were using Docker images based on OpenJDK, then later on Temurin supplied images, and we were content with that arrangement. However, we weren't entirely satisfied and continued to look for ways to improve the process and provide a better experience for our users. As we chart the next leg of our journey, we'll explore why and how we transition from Docker images to direct binaries. So the Temurin Docker images were excellent and served us well. Built and maintained by the Temurin team, they were readily available on Docker Hub for us to pull and use. And these images supported different CPU architectures and operating systems, allowing us to deploy on various platforms. They were updated regularly, providing the latest security patches and bug fixes. However, we sometimes faced delays in accessing the latest JDK releases as Docker images. While Temurin binaries were typically available promptly, the corresponding Docker images sometimes lagged behind. And this became particularly crucial when dealing with CVEs that required urgent JDK updates. It's worth noting that the Temurin team is a sponsored open source project for Docker, with Docker Hub building their official images, if I'm not mistaken. Jenkins, on the other hand, builds its own Docker images, using Jenkins itself. That's a bit of inception there. This meant we had to wait for the Temurin team to provide their Docker images before we could update ours. But don't misunderstand. We're incredibly grateful for the Temurin team for providing these images, and we were happy to use them. And in some of our images, after starting from the Temurin base, we used the glink command to create a custom and hopefully smaller GRE. And we weren't using glink before adopting Temurin, but we used it after the transition, mainly to reduce the size of the images, as noted in a Dockerfile command. However, I had some concerns about the libc compatibility of the Temurin images across different distributions. We were using the same Ubuntu source for Debian and Arch Linux, the same CentOS source for CentOS, ONMO Linux, and Red Hat, and so on. There were even rumors of using Ubuntu source for CentOS-based images in some dark corners due to some half-baked pull requests from your host. To be clear, the images were building correctly, and we never ever received user complaints about compatibility issues. And our use of glink helped alleviate some of my concerns because it was creating more or less a custom GRE targeting the underlying platform. but I still felt a little bit uneasy about using binaries built from one platform on another platform. I was also concerned about the size of the downloaded images and the time it took to build them. While Jenkins is a sponsored open source project and does not directly pay for bandwidth, we do have limitations and need to be mindful of our resource usage. We've faced bandwidth limitation and rate limiting issues with Docker Hub in the past, forcing us to find ways to reduce our data usage and the number of requests we make. So at this point, we were still manually upgrading the Temurin images and looking for ways to automate the process. And this set the stage for our next adventure, the transition to using Temurin binaries directly and to automate the upgrades. To build our images more efficiently, we had already adopted the Docker bake, which proved faster than building from a large set of Docker files with lots of Docker build commands. So we organized our image definitions in a Docker bake YAML file, which became our new ship's manifest, easier to maintain than multiple Docker files. This file contains all the crucial information, the JDK version, the CPU platform, the image groups like Debian images or Linux images, and also architecture specifications. As we set sail into new waters, our journey from Docker images to direct Temurin binaries was not without its challenges. Initially, we were still updating our images manually, a process as tedious as scrubbing the deck by hand. And our first major course correction was switching from Ubuntu Focal to Jammy, which laid the groundwork for further improvement like automated Docker images updates. The real breakthrough came when we made the final moves to using Temurin binaries directly. For example, our Alma Linux image underwent a significant transformation during this process. And to streamline our fleet, we simplified later on our approach by using only one Docker file per Linux image, instead of maintaining separate Docker files for each JDK version. So one Docker file for 8, one for 17, and so on. So to navigate these new waters more efficiently, we implemented an automation tool called Update CLI. And this tool was started by Olivier Vernin, a long-time Jenkins contributor. And Update CLI acted like our ship's autopilot, automatically updating the Temurin images in our Docker files. So we created an Update CLI manifest that guided this process, significantly improving our efficiency compared to the manual method we had been using. Our new workflow then resembled a well-oiled ship's routine. Once a week, GitHub would launch the Update CLI action. A bash script acting as our lookout would scan the Temurin GitHub release page and identify the latest version. We would then check Docker Hub to ensure that the image based on these binaries was available for every platform we targeted. And if the binaries and the Docker images were available for all our target platforms, then we would update the Docker files. But this process wasn't without its challenges. Sometimes we had to wait an extra week for all platforms to be ready, but it was still faster than our previous manual approach. That's why, later in the process, we decided to switch to direct binaries from the Temurin GitHub releases. We were already monitoring the changes in the Temurin GitHub releases before updating our Docker files, so it made sense to use these binaries directly. And this was a significant improvement, like upgrading from a rowboat to sleek yacht. Now, no more from Temurin, but from Debian, from Alpine, from CentOS, with the direct binaries in the Docker file, followed by the installation of the GRE thanks to Jelling. And from this moment, no need to wait for all the Temurin Docker images to be ready for each and every platform. We could launch our Armada as soon as the binaries for all the platforms we are targeting were available. So by switching to direct binaries, we were able to address several concerns that had been weighing us down like barnacles on a ship's hull. We improved our response times to CVEs, enhancing our security measures, reducing also our bandwidth usage and the number of requests we made to Docker Hub. So when Temurin began supplying early JDK 21 binaries, we had to adjust our rigging a bit. The early JDK 21 binary release names did not follow the same patterns as the JDK 17.1, requiring some script modifications. But these changes have allowed us to sail more smoothly through the often turbulent waters of software deployment and development. Our ship was then more responsive, more secure, more efficient, ready to face whatever storms may come our way. So, it is the end of the story. Not quite. Don't let the ropes go just yet. So as we sailed into new waters, we took some time to overhaul our existing scripts for building URLs to download the Temurin binaries. And we noticed some variation across some of our repositories, highlighting a need for standardization and consolidation, much like aligning our fleet navigation system. And during this process, we had an epiphany. We realized that we were suffering from the hammer and nail paradox. When your only tool is a hammer, every problem looks like a nail. We had been relying on GitHub releases, trying to get the correct release name, even though Temurin offered an API that could potentially streamline our process. We asked ourselves, why were we still anchored to GitHub releases? Sure, our repositories are hosted on GitHub. We use GitHub Actions extensively, and we're proficient with GitHub's tools. But were we simply experiencing vendor locking, or dare I say, a touch of Stockholm Syndrome? It was time to chart a new course. We cautiously dipped our toes into the API waters and quickly discovered its potential. It was too valuable not to use. We abandoned our complex exception handling approach for a straightforward process. Use the Temurin API. It's there for a reason. This shift was like upgrading from a sextant to a GPS, a more accurate and reliable way to navigate the seas of JDK management. We implemented this change in a pull request to our main Docker repo. And for now, we are using the API only in the Jenkins Docker repo, but we plan to extend it to other repositories as time and resources allow. When I joined the Jenkins project, our primary focus was on x86-64 architecture, as it was the most common platform for our users. However, the Jenkins community had already begun to expand its horizons, offering Docker images for PPC64LE and S319X architectures as soon as 2018 as an experiment. You might wonder why we bothered with these seemingly niche platforms. Let's chart their course. So PPC64 found its niche is high-performance computing, and it powers many supercomputers and research facilities. As for S319X, it remains relevant in enterprise computing. It powers IBM Z mainframe system. It's used in banking, insurance, government sectors. It excels in reliability, security, and transaction processing, and it offers backward compatibility for legacy applications. Frankly, you just can't escape from S319X. Now, ARM. Before joining Jenkins since 2014, in fact, I was deeply involved in the ARM32 ecosystem, working in edge computing and CI/CD fields. And when I joined the Jenkins project, I was eager to add ARM32 support in places where it was still missing, which the community welcomed with open arms. ARM32 remains relevant in various sectors like IoT, edge computing, CI/CD build agents, educational field, hobbyist project, low-cost devices in developing countries, security cameras, medical devices. It's just about everywhere. However, we face some challenges with ARM32 support, particularly with JDK 21. As of now, there is no official Temurin release of JDK 21 for ARM32, and it's not planned due to JDK verification issues. So, while we had to discontinue ARM32 support for Jenkins controller, we still provide ARM32 agent images for now. ARM64 now, that's the youngest sibling of the ARM family, and it has gained significant traction in recent years. It dominates the mobile device market. It's making waves in data centers, in cloud computing. It powers Apple's Mac lineup, and it's known for energy efficiency and performance. And as an ARM enthusiast or ARM ambassador, I was thrilled to improve our existing ARM64 support. We even added Alpine ARM64 JDK 21 support to Jenkins as soon as Temurin supplied nightly builds for this platform, expanding our fleet of supported platforms. And even better than that, the Jenkins infra team is migrating little by little its workload to ARM64, which is a significant step forward. In summary, thanks to the Temurin support, we've expanded from our initial x86-64 focus to include S319X, PPC64LE, ARM64, and ARM32 in a limited way. So this diverse fleet allows us to cater a wide range of user needs and environments. And as we continue to navigate these waters, we're always on the lookout for new horizons. The journey of platform support is ongoing, and we are excited to see where it takes us next. As we sail into uncharted waters, Temurin's early access releases of JDK 19 and 21 serve as our navigational chart. And like eager explorers, we tested these releases on our weekly Jenkins controllers, even before their official launch, to ensure smooth sailing with our setup. So some changes had to be made in Jenkins core to support the new JDK, but having access to early releases was like finding a treasure map for us. Our voyage through JDK version was not without its twist and turn. We initially experimented with JDK 19, but quickly changed course when JDK 21 appeared on the horizon. And currently, we've dropped anchor with JDK 21, despite the temptation of nightly builds for JDK 22 and 24. Why the pause in our exploration? We've charted a new course for upgrading our Java versions, which we'll discuss shortly. My fascination with exotic CPU architectures led me to embark on a RISC-V adventure. And this new architecture, with its open nature and promise of a license-free ecosystem, was like a siren call to an adventurous sailor. Our journey began with the Mango Pi MQ Pro, a small but capable vessel for our RISC-V explorations. Thanks to a generous giveaway by Michael Hurt, I was able to get my hands on this elusive board. And our initial test used Ubuntu's OpenJDK builds from 11 to 20 rather than Temurin, as I was not able to find Temurin builds for RISC-V by myself. And these early builds were like rowing against the tide. It was slow and challenging due to the ZeroVM implementation. So ZeroVM is an interpreter-only Java virtual machine. It can run on various architectures, but at the cost of performance. So this approach allowed early RISC-V support, but was far from ideal for our needs. But the winds changed in our favor when Temurin began providing RISC-V builds. A conversation on Temurin's Slack channel with Stuart Addison, a fellow RISC-V enthusiast, pointed us toward the latest RISC-V builds. Of course, they are long gone now, but we can still easily find RISC-V builds. So suddenly we found ourselves in calmer waters, able to run a Jenkins agent on RISC-V with relative ease. And as our RISC-V journey progressed, we set our sights on an even more ambitious goal, running a Jenkins controller on RISC-V. And the Starfire Vision 2 board became our flagship for this endeavor, powerful enough to host a Jenkins controller. So this success inspired the creation of MiniGen, a Jenkins flotilla comprising an ARM64 Jenkins controller, an ARM64 Jenkins agent, an ARM32 Jenkins agent, and a RISC-V Jenkins agent. And this diverse fleet, assembled in an unusual configuration, was capable of building a C program to calculate pi. I know, it's pretty small, but that's a significant victory in our multi-architecture voyage. And MiniGen made some waves at FOSDEM 2023, catching the attention of fellow tech enthusiasts and even earning mentions in Hackaday articles. And our success with MiniGen showcased the versatility of Temurin and Jenkins across different architectures. It demonstrated that with the right tools and a spirit of adventure, we could navigate the complex waters of multi-architecture deployment with confidence. And as we continue to chart new territories in the vast seas of technology, Temurin remains our trusted compass, guiding us toward exciting possibilities in the world of continuous integration and delivery. As any seasoned sailor knows, A good map is essential for a successful voyage. And in the world of Jenkins, our documentation serves as that crucial chart, guiding users through the sometimes choppy waters of continuous integration and delivery. And Jenkins has long recognized the value of Eclipse Temurin, proudly flying its flag as part of the Temurin partnership. So this partnership isn't just for show. It's reflected in our very documentation where we recommend Temurin as the preferred JDK for running Jenkins. But when did we first set this course? Interestingly, this shift towards Temurin coinciding with my joining the Jenkins project. However, this was no mere coincidence. The winds of change were already blowing in this direction. And this commitment to Temurin has only strengthened over time. In 2023, we made our preference even clearer. Our support documentation now clearly states the Jenkins project uses Eclipse Temurin as its primary JDK for building and testing Java-based applications. But like any good navigator, we're always adjusting our charts. As recently as August 2024, we've updated our documentation to reflect the latest changes, and we are committed to keeping our documentation up to date, ensuring our users have the most accurate map for their Jenkins journey. In the vast ocean of open source development, no ship sails alone. The Jenkins community is our fleet, and every contributor is a valued crew member. One shining example of this collaborative spirit is the development of a new source type for the Temurin API in the tool Update CLI. And this tool has become our trusted first mate, helping us navigate the sometimes treacherous waters of dependency updates. Another exciting development on our horizon is the elevation of RISC-V to a first-class citizen in Jenkins. As we speak, a Milk-V pioneer with 64 cores and 128 GB of RAM is preparing to join our Armada as a Jenkins agent. And this powerhouse will soon be running builds in parallel, expanding our capabilities across new architectural series. But these advancements aren't just technical achievements. They're testament to the power of community. Every contribution, big or small, helps steer Jenkins towards a brighter future. And as we continue our voyage, we're always on the lookout for new crew members and fresh ideas. Together, we'll navigate whatever challenges the ever-changing tides of technology may bring, like the recent upgrade from Spring Security 5 to 6, which is a major change for Jenkins and other open source projects depending on it. As we chart our course for the future, Jenkins is setting sail with an ambitious plan for Java support, the 2+2+2 Java support plan. Like a well-planned voyage, this strategy will guide our journey through the ever-changing seas of Java releases. Let's unfold this map and see what lies ahead. So this plan is our new compass, guiding us through 6 years of Java support for each LTS release. For the first 2 years, we'll support the new Java LTS while maintaining the previous LTS as our minimum. The next 2 years will require the newer LTS as our minimum Java version. And the final 2 years will bid farewell to that Java LTS, focusing on newer horizons. We won't just be island hopping between LTS release. Of course, our fleet will also explore intermediate JDK versions, much like how seasoned sailors check the waters between major ports. This helps us spot any treacherous reefs or unexpected currents before we commit to a long journey. Like intrepid explorers, we'll continue to venture into uncharted territories with early access versions and nightly builds. We're upgrading our fleet with tools like Update CLI acting as our automated lookout. This will help us swiftly navigate the sometimes turbulent waters of JDK updates, ensuring we're always sailing with the latest and most secure Java version. And while x86-64 remains our flagship, we are committed to supporting a diverse fleet of architectures, from the steady workhorse of PPC64LE to the exciting new frontier of RISC-V. We're ensuring Jenkins can dock in port, far, and wide. By embracing this 2+2+2 plan and continuing our spirit of exploration, we are ensuring that Jenkins remains a steadfast vessel in the ever-changing seas of software development. We are not just following the currents. We are charting a course for the future of continuous integration and delivery. And as we drop anchor on our voyage through Jenkins Java journey, let's take a moment to survey the waters we've navigated together. From our early days with Docker images to our current course with Temurin binaries, we have charted a path of continuous improvement and innovation. Our expedition has taken us through the transition from Docker images to direct Temurin binaries, streamlined processes with API integration, exciting forays into multi-platform support, including RISC-V, a renewed commitment to documentation and community collaboration, and a vision for the future with our 2+2+2 Java support plan. And these achievements wouldn't have been possible without the dedication of our crew, the Jenkins community. And the contribution for the Jenkins community feedback and support have been the wind in our sails, propelling us forward. I'd like to express my heartfelt gratitude to the Temurin Summit for providing this platform to share our story. Your commitment to open source and collaboration aligns perfectly with the Jenkins project values. As we look to the horizon, the waters ahead are full of promise. And with Temurin as our trusted compass and the strength of our community as our ship, Jenkins is well equipped to navigate whatever challenges and opportunities lie ahead in the vast seas of software development. Now, if we have time, I'd be delighted to open the floor for any questions you might have about our journey or the adventures that await us. Thank you all for being such attentive and engaged fellow travelers on this exploration of Jenkins Java journey. Thank you. If you're talking, Tim, I just can't hear you, unfortunately. Thanks, George. Oh, thanks, Stuart. Tim, you're on mute.
Let's try again.
Ah, yeah.
There we go. Right, we're back in the room. Thank you very much. That was a wonderful, wonderful talk.
Oh,
and I was, well done for maintaining that analogy all the way through the talk.
I hope I didn't push it too hard.
No, not at all. I think that was a real fun way of taking us on that entire journey that Jenkins has been on through your use of Java. And I think it's interesting to see the various steps that you took to get to where you are at the moment and some of those lessons that you'd learned. So yeah, I just wanted to ask a couple of questions myself before we open it up to other folks. Do you make use of the nightly builds at any point during your builds of Jenkins to test some of the upcoming versions of Java? So as you may be aware, through the API, you can obviously get hold of the Temurin releases, but you can also get hold of some of the pre-release nightly builds that we do ahead of the full release. And I just wondered if you make use of that as part of the Jenkins development system itself.
Yes, indeed. In fact, we don't use it to compile the Jenkins core, for example, but we have some machines and controller running directly with nightly builds from time to time. For example, when you were giving us some JDK early access versions, we were using nightly builds so that you could see if anything had to be changed in the Jenkins core. But just to test, not to build, that's for sure. Right. We only build with, for example, for the time being, I think we're stuck with JDK 17 for the weeklies and JDK 11 for the LTS. So we ensure our end users that it will work with JDK 11 and 17. But yes, of course, for testing, we regularly test with nightly builds. At least it was the case with JDK 21, and I think it will be the case with JDK 23 or 24.
Exactly. Yeah. And again, just curious that you seem to be really kind of pushing the boundaries on some of these new architectures.
Yes.
Have you seen any significant changes required in Jenkins itself for things like running on risk?
No, it was almost magical. Thankfully, it was an exploration. I didn't want to tell anybody about that because I was not sure I would do anything, it would work or not. But I was really surprised when I just switched from OpenJDK 0 VM to Temurin. It just worked without having to make any change. The only drawback was that the machine was so lame, it was not possible to run the controller.
Yes, yeah.
That's why later on I had the Vision 2 board, and then I was expecting it to fail, but it worked almost magically. I didn't do anything exciting. I just put some Lego blocks together, and it magically worked.
Yeah, well, that's good to hear. And as you know, all of the releases that Temurin makes go through the AQAvit test suite. That comprises not only functional tests, but also some quality tests about the durability of the runtime, so how well it stays up, the performance of the runtime, the security, and runs a number of application tests as well. So it has been quite well exercised before you get hold of it, and it's pleasing to hear that Jenkins ran successfully after that.
Yeah, it's why we don't have any ARM32 JDK from Temurin. Is it because of TCK or AQAvit?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so well, we need to have a compliant implementation for a release, and also one which meets the quality bar as well. So yeah, but again, thank you very much. I see lots of thanks coming in on the chat. No specific questions, unless anybody has a question they'd like to.
Thank you, Shelley.
With on the chat. No. All right, great. Well, it's also very clear. Thank you, Bruno. That's much appreciated.
Thanks for the opportunity.
All right. Perfect. So next speaker we have is Haroon Khel. Haroon is a software engineer at Red Hat, and he's been working on Adoptium's infrastructure for a long time. He's got an incredibly broad knowledge, helping to keep Adoptium's build and test and release systems working across all those different CPU architectures that we maintain and the operating system versions. He's going to give us some insight into how Adoptium achieves this success by balancing the variety of different systems that we have. And he's entitled his talk, Java-riety is the spice of life. So over to you, Haroon.
Hello, thanks, Tim. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you fine.
Perfect. Okay, so yeah, I'm going to begin my talk now. My talk is on the topic of our infrastructure, the infrastructure that we have at Adoptium. And I've aptly labeled my talk Java-riety is the spice of life. So yeah, let's get into it. I mainly, well, actually, let me just introduce myself. So I am part of the infrastructure team at Adoptium. And so my work is mainly with the infrastructure at Adoptium, with the machines, with the Jenkins, with the automation that we do. And I'm here to talk about how we at Adoptium are able to perform a successful multi-platform release, but from an infrastructure perspective. So a brief outline of today's presentation. I want to begin with an overview of what we release at Adoptium, the platforms that we release on, and then a little comparison with other Java vendors. But then I do want to spend a lot of time on the infrastructure, the machines, how we actually get the release out, and the machines we use for this. So I want to focus on the topic of reliable machines during release, and then some of the infrastructure-related obstacles that we face leading up to release. And then finally, I'd like to tie the whole presentation together with an example of a release pipeline for one of our platforms that we release on. To give you some context and because I don't want to just be talking about machines all day. I want to show you exactly why we use them. So let's a brief overview of what we release. Going off our last release, which was in June, we released 5 Java versions, 4 LTS versions and 1 non-LTS version. The 4 LTS were 8, 11, 17, and 21, while the non-LTS was 22. In the next release in September, next week actually, it's going to be 23, the non-LTS. And we release up to 15 different platforms. So that's what that looks like. A nice little table to visualize what I just said. As you can see from the table, not one JDK version covers all 15 platforms, but the platforms are covered, all 15 platforms are covered in some way by the JDK's versions. At the moment, JDK 17 covers the most platforms by 12, and the rest will cover 11. In total, there are 56 different platform and JDK version combinations. And as you can see at the top, we separate the platforms into primary, secondary, and tertiary. So this is during a release period, we give ourselves tight targets on which to release each platform. So for example, the primary platforms, they're to be released within 2 days, while the secondary platforms are to be released within 7, and the tertiary as soon as we can. So I'd like to show you how Temurin, the Temurin platform support compares to some of the other Java vendors in the Java space. So you can see that Temurin covers a nice healthy span, and that's something that we take pride in at Adoptium. That's something that we feel sets us apart, from the rest of the other Java vendors. ARM64 Windows is an interesting platform because at the moment Microsoft is one of the few vendors that releases Java for that platform. We don't at the moment, but we do plan to release it for the October 2024 release. Yeah, so now I'd like to talk about the machines behind the release. I don't want to talk too much about what we released because you can always go to our website to see what we released. I want to talk about what the machines behind the release. And then like not just the machines behind the release, but how many we have, how we classify them, and their function. So why do we need reliable machines? Because that's what this talk is really about. The importance of reliable machines in the release process. Well, we need reliable machines at Adoptium because, as I mentioned, we released 5 JDKs during a GA release period, and that's a growing number. It used to be 4, and now in the future it's going to be 6. These releases cover 15 different platforms, so the machines used for building and testing need to cover those platforms too. They need to be of those platforms, and these builds and tests run in parallel. And during the release, these parallel builds and tests are kicked off as soon as possible, so that we're able to release within our 2 and 7 day timeframes. And we also perform early access releases, so the machines in our infrastructure are used for that too. So it's very clear that we have a large enough. So it's very clear that we need a large enough infrastructure to cover these needs. And these machines before the release need to be release ready. They need to be ready to take on all the work during a release to be able to ship products out on time to our customers. And I mentioned the term release ready. I'll go into that a bit later in the presentation. So this is how we classify each of our machines. Build and test is a very self-explanatory classification, but we have some machines that we set apart for build and some for tests. Now, some of our machines run native builds and native tests, but others run builds and tests in Docker containers. So that's where Docker host machines come into play. Docker host machines are machines that we have at Adoptium that are quite large. Actually, like one of our Docker host machines has 160 cores. On these larger Docker host machines, you can find Docker builds running in Docker containers. One of the benefits of this is that you can get Docker builds, Docker builds running in parallel to save a lot of time. Another use for our Docker host machines is that they host static Docker containers. So these are Docker containers that are spun up and they stay up indefinitely. And the purpose is to run JDK tests, not builds, just JDK tests. So using the 160 core Docker host machine that I mentioned earlier, a machine like that can host up to 10 static Docker containers. And because they're Docker containers, each container can run a different OS, a different operating system than the host container, and that allows us to use one machine to be able to test our JDKs on 10 different operating systems, which increases the capacity of operating systems that we can say that we support. And then finally, that we have dynamic Jenkins agents. So these are just build and test agents used for building and testing JDKs, which spin up during a test to do a JDK build or test, and then they just destroy it afterwards. This is a nice graphic that I've created to show you It's to show you what I've just spoken about. So our machines are separated from build and test into build and test. In the build department, we have our virtual machines used for native builds. Then we have our Jenkins agents, and then we have those Docker host machines that I mentioned, and those run Docker builds. In the test portion, we have 46 virtual machines for native tests. We have our Jenkins agents, and then we have 71 static Docker containers. That's in the we have 71 when I made this presentation. We might have more because the nature of static Docker containers is that we can create them whenever we need them. And then below you see images of some of the vendors that we get our machines from. Some of them are ones that you may recognize, and then others are universities, for example, Marist College and OSL. OSL is Oregon State University. You might notice that we have a lot more test machines than build machines, and that's because we run more tests than builds. So, as I mentioned earlier, I did say that part of the responsibility of the infrastructure team at Adoptium is getting the machines that we use release ready. Getting them in a state where once the release period begins, we want our machines to run without error, to build and test JDK code without error, and that will hopefully reduce the time that we do spend releasing and get our JDKs out to customers as quick as we can. And 3 of the main obstacles that we do face in getting a stable release, getting our machines to be release ready are here: the problem machines, health checks, and then availability of machines. So let's go into each of those separately. Problem machines. So when I say problem machines, I mean machines on which we know that they are infrastructure-related test failures. So during a release, our aim is to get as green a release as possible. By green, I mean to minimize as much as possible all the any build and test failures, because that makes it easier on our team to get the release out, and then it lets us get the release out as quick as we can to our customers. So when I say infrastructure-related test failures, I mean Java tests that are failing because the environment that they're running in, the test environment, isn't set up correctly. And the reason that it's not set up correctly could be many. So it could be because the operating system, the environment of the environment in which the test is running, is causing the Java test to fail. Because like sometimes we might find that test, like a new release of Alpine, for example, we like to get a machine up and running that is like Alpine 320, for example. It's, I think the latest, perhaps it's 321, I'm not sure, but like we'd like to get it into our system, into our infrastructure, run our tests run all of our tests on a new machine to see which of our tests pass, which of our tests fail on this new operating system. And if they fail, why do they fail? Are there solutions for it? So other reasons for infrastructure-related test failures could be on some of our cloud provisioned virtual machines. Out of the box configuration of these cloud provisioned virtual machines, sometimes they need to be tweaked before Java tests can pass on them. And then other reasons for infrastructure-related failures could be because, like for example, I mentioned that we have static Docker containers. So we have Docker environments in which we run our tests. Sometimes Docker doesn't provide the level of virtualization needed for some Java tests to pass. So in this case, for example, then these tests would need to be run in a native environment. The linked issue is actually it contains all of the infrastructure-related test failures that we've come across, and then so it's healthy to document them so that we may solve them. Because when we do solve them, we make sure that the rest of our machines are updated with the solution to prevent the same problem from occurring during a subsequent release. A lot of these infrastructure-related test failures are found in between releases. So in between releases, we'd like to run nightly builds and nightly tests and weekly builds and tests on our machines. And it's in these that we can find test failures before the release and then try to solve them. So another obstacle that I mentioned was health checks. So we use Nagios monitoring to monitor the health status of our machines. 2 of the main issues that we get leading up to a release is machines running out of disk space, and then sometimes we find that a machine is just offline, in an offline state. The disk space issues are usually seen on some of our larger Docker host machines that I say that are sometimes hosting up to 10 static Docker containers. A lot of these Docker containers, like I said, they're all test machines. So from Jenkins jobs, there are usually artifacts left over on them, and this could eat up a lot of the disk space of the machines. Then if on these Docker host machines, if the disk space little. If it gets run out, then all 10 of these Docker static machines, for example, could go offline. So we don't want that. So one of our solutions to this is we'd like to attach a separate volume, a separate disk to these Docker host machines, which is used specifically just for the Docker needs. So any of the Docker storage needs associated with these static Docker containers, they will be used on just this isolated disk, and that prevents Docker from interfering with the rest of the machine. And on these larger Docker host machines that I mentioned, we might need like a disk, like a 1 terabyte disk or 2 terabyte disk specifically just for Docker. Yeah. And then finally, the availability of our machines. So during our pre-release check, the infrastructure team and generally the team at Adoptium, we like to make sure that there are no bottlenecks in Jenkins, so that there are no, by that I mean there are no test jobs in Jenkins that are just waiting around in the queues, waiting for machines to jump onto. If we do see this, we'll review the number of machines that we have available, and then we'll decide whether we need to increase or decrease. Normally increase the machines that we have. Now, when it comes to creating more machines, in the case of our cloud provisioned virtual machines, we're usually in a state where our quota for these cloud provisioned machines is maxed out. So we don't have much room to create more machines on the cloud, on our cloud vendors. But for our static Docker containers, as I said before, they're just Docker containers that are spun up. So we have Ansible playbooks to do this for us. We can, at the click of a few buttons, we can spin up another container, connect it into Jenkins, and then we have a new Jenkins node just there ready to take on jobs. And we might do this a few times during a release, just to make sure that we're not bottlenecking any of our release things, any of our release jobs. And then, so this is an example of a release pipeline that I wanted to show you, so that you can tie in everything that I've mentioned today. Because I've talked about what we release, I've talked about the machines that we use to release our products, our JDKs. So this is what that looks like. It'll give, hopefully it's giving you some context. This release pipeline is x86-64 Linux, a very popular platform. So this could be JDK 8, 11, 17, 21, or 22. But they all pretty much look like this. This is what the flowchart is for our releases. Each one of these pink bubbles, well, not each one, the bubble labeled TCK and the bubble at the bottom labeled GPG sign, aside from those two, each one of these pink bubbles represents a Jenkins job running on a machine, running on a separate machine. So let's start with at the top where it says build. Build is a Jenkins job that will take the JDK source code and build it on a machine. So for x86-64 Linux, this build typically happens in a Docker container. But that is a standalone. That's its own machine. Then the smoke test. The smoke test is just something we run to make sure it's a quick test to make sure that we built the right thing. But the gray box in the middle, that represents all of the tests that we run on our JDKs before we release them. And you can see that's a lot of tests. And the ones in the dashed bubble, they represent the AQAvit tests that Tim mentioned earlier. But the ones in the pink TCK bubble, those are not run on our infrastructure at Adoptium. Those are run on private Eclipse servers. But we still need to run those. But the ones I like to talk about the ones in the dashed bubble, the dotted bubble, sorry. So that's 9 high-level test groups, each of which run in parallel. So each of which need their own machine to run. And this is the part of any release that takes the most amount of time. So as a member of the infrastructure team, I know that I've done a good job if in this section of the release there's no bottlenecking, there's no jobs queued up in Jenkins, none of these test jobs queued up in Jenkins waiting to get onto a machine. I know that I've done a good job if this part goes smoothly. And it's normally in this part of the release where any unchecked infrastructure-related test failures will pop up, making it harder for the test team to triage the AQAvit tests. So yeah, like I said, my job as a member of the infrastructure team is to make sure that this part runs as smooth as possible. So we have 9 high-level test groups running in parallel, each needing their own machine. And then you can see some of the ones that are labeled extended. Those spawn their own those spawn their own jobs, the child jobs. So though we see 9 test targets there might be 10 or 11 in total. And then after that, we've got the installer job, which is responsible for just building the installer products. The GPG sign job just signs the products, but that does not run. That runs on the Jenkins master node, so we don't need to worry about that. But in the release, that needs its own machine. So in total, we're looking at maybe 15 machines. Let's say 13 to 15 machines in total, just for this one pipeline. And all of these machines need to be x86 64 Linux. So it could be a combination of native machines or static Docker containers. That's still 9 Jenkins nodes, 9 machines that need to be in good shape, need to be release ready just for this one pipeline. And then consider the 55 other pipelines that we have. If you think back to that table I showed you of JDK versions and the platforms we release on the combinations, the other 55 JDK version and platform combinations that need all of these machines to run as smooth as they can, to make sure that we can get our JDKs during a release as quick as we can, get them out as quick as we can to our customers. So that's a lot of machines. Finally, well, that's more or less the end of my presentation. I've gone through what we release. I've gone through the classification about machines, and I've gone through how those machines are actually used. So that was an overview of the multi-platform release at Adoptium. It will be put to the test next week during the early access JDK 23 release. So I'm excited for that. And in fact, this week is the week that I would normally spend doing a pre-release check, making sure our machines, well, not just me, but the rest of the team, doing a pre-release check on our machines to make sure that they are ready for the JDK 23 release. So that was everything. Thanks for watching my presentation. Yeah, if anyone has any questions, now's the time.
Perfect. Thank you, Haroon. There have been quite a few comments written into the chat while you were giving your presentation, and a few questions popped in there. Luckily, we've got a whole bunch of folks on the team who are in there answering some questions. So,
oh, perfect.
I don't know if that's just popped up on your screen there.
Oh, yeah.
One of them is about native and Docker containers and how they're used.
So yeah, the static Docker containers. Yeah, I'll talk about those. So those are, like, as I mentioned, we have machines that are called Docker host machines, huge machines. One of our ARM64 machines has 160 cores. Not all of them are that big, but I like to talk about that one. It's the biggest. So static Docker containers are essentially Docker containers that are spun up, but they're not destroyed. They stay up indefinitely, and their job is to be its own Jenkins node. So that from the perspective of Jenkins just sees it as its own node, its own OS on which it can run one of the tests that I mentioned. If I go back to the pipeline, it can run one of these tests, sanity perf, special function, or whatever. You can run any of those on this one static Docker container. Now, as I mentioned, the Docker host, one of the Docker host machines might have 10 static Docker containers. So you've got one machine that is able to be used as 10 Jenkins nodes. And each of these 10 Jenkins nodes has their own operating system. So you're running one JDK, so you're testing, you're using one machine to test a JDK on 10 different operating systems. But essentially, they are just Docker containers being kept up and used as individual Jenkins nodes.
Okay, got it. Thank you. And you mentioned that your cloud machines are pretty much maxed out. I just wondered if you had any ideas about how you optimize the use of cloud machines over a release period, how you kind of determine what you're going to use and how much you're going to use.
That's a good question. And some of the work I did recently actually hit like that idea of maxing, the fact that our quotas are maxed out. So some of the work I did recently, where I had to upgrade some of the machines to Ubuntu 24.04, which is the latest LTS Ubuntu release. It did hit that wall of like, oh, how are we going to get new machines because we're maxed out? But essentially, what we do is we'll see some of the machines that we have in the cloud provisioning system that are maybe a bit out of date, running operating systems that are no longer LTS or that we no longer want to support, and then we'll just rebuild those, and we'll repurpose those machines as new machines. Yeah, something like that.
Perfect. So where can people contact you if they need further information or would like to join in if this this sounds
Oh
good.
yeah, so the Adoptium Slack is a good place to join. I recommend everyone in the chat joins the Adoptium Slack because that's where you can see all the work that we are doing in the infrastructure team, what we're going to be doing in the release in the next week. Just every aspect of the Adoptium team is seen in that Slack channel, the Adoptium Slack.
Perfect. Thank you.
I don't have the link with me, so if someone could post a link.
Adoptium.net/Slack is the easiest way to get onto that. So.
That's where you can see everything.
All right. There are some other questions, etc., which we've got on the chat, but I think we'll defer those to be answered after the event because we're running a little bit short of time. Thank you again, Haroon. That was really interesting. Well done for all the juggling that you managed to do for the project. We're going to take a short break at this point. Let's get back together in 4 minutes. That should be enough time for people to go and have a quick comfort break, go and use facilities, that kind of stuff, get a drink, and then we will reconvene with some new speakers in about 4 minutes' time. If you're back a bit earlier than that, we're going to put a poll up. I'll be interested in your responses to that. But yeah, please aim to be back here in about 4 minutes. Thank you.
All right. We're back. Hopefully everyone can hear me. And I guess if you haven't figured out yet, the polls are along the side of your screen. We have some votes, but not too many, so I won't, I'm not sure I'll draw attention to it. It'll probably remain open there. The questions so far have been, what Java version is your company or project using? We'd be interested to hear that. One of the things I want to mention, or one of the things we've seen, is if you're downloading Temurin from our adoptium.net website, we've switched, you might, and if you've followed our journey for a while, we have switched the default download over the course of time. Right now it's sitting at JDK 21. So we believe that is driving some of the adoption just by the passive nature of switching a button. But as we move on, I won't belabor the point. I do want to welcome our next speaker, and I'm very pleased to know San Hong from both the PMC, so our project management committee at Adoptium, but also as a soft-spoken, probably too modest for some of the accomplishments that he and his team at Alibaba Cloud have managed to do. And welcome, San Hong. I'll mute myself and invite you to start sharing on your next talk and the journey that you've done. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
You are sharing now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay,
Go
ahead.
There's a little bit of an echo, so just, I think you have the Zoom open.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Everyone. Thank you. Thanks for joining my talk. Thanks for joining my talk. I'm honored to be here to talk about some upgrade experience we have learned from Alibaba. Here's my talk title. I just talk about the lesson learned from using EMD4G, which is open source tools under Adoptium working group to upgrade our application in Alibaba. Okay. Before diving into details, this is agenda for my talk. Actually, I would talk 4 parts. The first part is I would like to give you guys some introduction and overview about the Java usage at Alibaba. The second part is I would like to share you guys some, the engineering changes we are facing when we are upgrade our Java 8 to Java 11 and beyond. And the third part is, yes, I think is the major part. I would talk about the details about how can we use, EMD4G to boost the upgrade productivity in Alibaba. The last part is about, I would like to talk about the lessons we have learned for upgrading our applications. This is the major agenda for my talk today. Okay, this is the first part, and I just give you guys some overview about the Java usage at Alibaba. Actually, actually most of all online applications are written in Java in Alibaba, with about millions lines of code contributed by, over 10,000 Java developers, and we have developed Java application for, for trading. For e-commerce, for trading and for financial and also for logistics applications. And in 2019, we just open source our Alibaba JDK. It's Alibaba Dragonwell. Alibaba Dragonwell is a downstream of OpenJDK, and we just use Alibaba Dragonwell to run all our online applications. In data center, in terms of platform support, we have support 3 kinds of architecture. The first is x64, Intel and AMD platform. The second is ARM, and the last is RISC-V. This is our Java history in Alibaba, and actually about 20 years ago, we just Alibaba just switched from PHP to Java, and the major reason is we just want to resolve scalability issues introduced by PHP. And since then, Java has become the driving force behind Alibaba e-commerce platforms, for example, Alibaba.com, Taobao, and Tmall. And just in 2012, Alibaba just signed OCA, and we just participant in OpenJDK community. And also, a few years later, I just joined Alibaba. Just joined Apache Foundation. Actually, as you are Java developers, maybe you are familiar with some project like Apache Flink, Double, and Rocket MQ. Actually, Alibaba is the biggest contributor to these projects. And as I have mentioned, in 2019, we just make Alibaba Dragonwell as open source. And just 3 years ago, in 2021, and Alibaba just joined Adoptium working group, and under Eclipse Foundation, we just open source Java project, and another project is EM24J. This is something I would like to discuss later in details. Okay. Alibaba just using Java at a massive scale. Actually, we just different kind of Java technologies are used in different business scenarios, covering from framework, middleware, for database and big data. And we just build our most of Java software based on this open source ecosystem, and we are excited to make Java embrace cloud native technology, and we are trying best to build first class support for Java on Alibaba Cloud. Okay, I think this is some brief introduction about Java usage at Alibaba. From these slides, I talk about the challenges when we upgrade from Java when we upgrade Java applications. This is a traditional upgrade method. This is a summary about the experience when we upgrade Java from Java 6, 7 to Java 8. Java 8 was released in 2014, and we just completed upgrading from Java 6 and 7 to Java 8 in 2016. For this upgrade, Alibaba just primarily relying on each team just independently resolve issues. Sometimes our Java team just provides help there. And this is the first thing. The second thing is we just rely on document. We just provide some document for our developers. They just change their code manually. They also need to manage their dependency manually. I think this is a traditional upgrade method used in Alibaba for upgrading from Java 7 to Java 8. Because many compatibility issues are introduced by upgrading from Java 8 to 11 and beyond. So these methods are not enough if you want to upgrade from Java 8 to Java 11. I think this is something important I would like to share and discuss here in this talk. The first challenge is, many repeat efforts has been repeated from many upgrade efforts has been repeated from team to team. Each team has to resolve the same set of upgrade issue. I think this is the first thing. The second thing is we just miss some opportunities for common solution. For this method also we don't have a standard process in upgrade. So it's caused some scalability issue for all teams in Alibaba. This is the first challenge. The second challenge is about we are relying on document-based guide. Yes, it's very simple and straightforward, but I have mentioned it just requires developers to change their code manually. I think this is the first problem. The second problem is it's not efficient. Especially when your application is very complex. I think the document is not enough. The third challenge is Java developers must change their dependency updates manually. For example, you want to upgrade from Java 8 to 11, they need to change their dependency to some specific version, which should be compatible with Java 11 or Java 16 or Java 21. This is the first thing. The second thing is the dependency management in Java is very complex. In our scenario, for example, in our scenario for some complex application, it will include more than 1,000 dependencies in one project. It's very complex. This is challenge we are talking, and how we resolve these challenges in Alibaba. This is some upgrade practice we are used in Alibaba for upgrading from Java 8 to Java 11 beyond. I think this is the three things we did in Alibaba. The first thing is we can talk about it from cross-functional. We can talk it from cross-functional collaboration perspective. In Alibaba, we actually have a dedicated expert group. The group members are mainly from JVM team, middleware team, and the SRE team. And what's the responsibility by this expert group? This expert group is responsible for maintaining and defining and maintaining best practice for upgrade. They also implementing some related tools to support upgrade. Also, the important thing is the expert group will responsible for understanding and resolving some harder upgrade issues, and then can resolve this harder upgrade issues for our teams. I think this is the one thing. We just have a dedicated expert group. The second thing is we just have a policy governance for upgrade. We just have we have defined the development and the deployment process for our upgrade. The last thing is we have just the infrastructure upgrade support. We have a centralized upgrade framework which has been integrated as our CI/CD process in Alibaba. This framework has integrates some automation tools, for example, EM4J, and some common upgrade scripts. We just use this framework, centralized framework, to standardize our upgrade process across teams. So this is our upgrade practice in Alibaba. Let's just have three things. Okay, I think from this slide, I just talk or discuss more details about EM4J. Its full name is called Eclipse Migration Toolkit for Java, and it has been open source to Eclipse community by Alibaba in 2022. So far, it has been it just been incubated as a sub project under governance of Eclipse Adopting Working Group. The goals of this tool just support JDK migration. It just support upgrading to LTS version. You can just look at this picture. It just support upgrade from 8 to 11 or to 17 or to 21. We just only focus on LTS version support. I just put a link here. You can just follow this link for GitHub, for our GitHub project. Okay, let's talk about some basic design principles used by AMD4J. The first thing is, based on our experience, based on our upgrading experience, we just classified the upgrading issues as a configurable rules. This is the first thing. And the second thing is, the upgrade analysis work is driven by these rules. You can run these tools at a build time. It means you can just use these tools as a Maven plugin. Then it can help you to scan source code or classes or jars at the build time. This first thing. The second thing is also it has support detect some compatibility issues in runtime just by using Java agent. This is the two things, two design principles used by AMD4J. Okay, let's talk about some basic workflow. If you want to upgrade, in this slide, I just give you guys some example. If you want to upgrade from Java 8 to 11, I think is similar. Is very similar or is same if you want to upgrade Java 8 to beyond Java 11. And actually, I just divide this workflow in two stages. The first is we call the development stage. The second is the deployment stage. In the development stage, in step 1, you can just use AMD4J as a Maven plugin, and you can integrate AMD4J as a part of CI/CD pipeline. You can use AMD4J to find some compatibility issue or upgrade problems by just static code analysis. This is step 1, and in step 2, and the AMD4J will generate some reports to guide you to fix your code. Or AMD4J also can generate some auto fix patch. I will show you demo, or I will have a live demo for you. And by this report, or by relying on auto fix patch, you can just modify your application code or modify JVM object parameters to fix the problems for upgrade. This is 2 steps in development stage. In the deployment stage, and you can run the new version of JDK at your staging environment. In this staging environment, you can just enable Java agent in your runtime. By using Java agent, you can just detect more details, or detect more compatibility issues in runtime in your staging environment. After step 3, and you can just find many more compatibility issues, and then you just fix them, and then so far your application is ready for production. In step 4, you just can using new version of JDK. It means Java JDK 11 to run your application in production. I think this is some basic upgrade workflow for your application. Okay, let's give you guys some example. This is a report generated by AMD4J for while upgrading from Java 8 to 11. And there are two parts. The first part is the EM40 will organize the reports by modules and the dependency. This is how to organize your report in EM40. The second thing is the EM40 will group the different compatibility issues in different category. In this example, you can see the first thing is the return type change to array method from Java 8 to Java 9. And also it just lists some remove classes in JDK. You cannot use it anymore. And also you got some incorrect cast from system class loader to UI class loader. I think I just give you live demo for how can use EM40 for upgrade your Java application 8 to 11. The first thing you think is you can just run Maven plugin and to scan compatibility issue and then read the report and then fix bugs. It's very straightforward. I just show some live demo here. And this is my demo project. I show some code for you, and you can just look at this code, and this is problem code or this is compatibility issue. You can run this code in Java 8, but you got problems in Java 11. This is the first thing. And the second thing is you know, this API run finalizer on exit has been removed in JDK 11. This is two issues. And the second thing is for dependency. If you are using JCoco Maven plugin, in my this dependency XML file, I just use 0.84 version for my project. This is my demo project, and then I just run EM40, and before run EM40, I just set Java home. Here I just using I'm using Dragonville Alibaba Dragonville 8. It is OpenJDK 8 for my Java home, and then I just set Maven options here. In this Maven option, I just want to EM4J to generate an English report. And the last thing is I just run EM4J as a Maven plugin. Okay, you can see I just enable auto-fix feature in EM4J, and during process test classes, the EM4J plugin will scan your classes and jars, his analysis process, and finally it will generate the reports. Just give me a couple minutes. Okay, this is an analyzing process. You can see just EM40 just analyze different jars and classes, and then it will generate a report. Okay, after the scanning is done, and you can see 3 files are generated in by EM40. The first is auto-fixed report, and the second is auto-fixed patch. You can just apply this patch by using git command. And the third thing is auto-fix unfixed report. I show the results here. Let me show the fixed report. Sorry. This is fixed report generated by EM40. You can see this problem has been fixed by EM40 automatically. This is auto fix patch. You can see, for this issue, the return type of to array method has been changed from JDK 9. So it just replace this sentence with the correct one. This one. This is autofix patch. Also, you can I just identify the Jcoco Maven plugin. If you have remember, they just updated the version from 2.8.4 to the latest version. It is 2.8.8. This is the version that this is version is compatible with JDK 11. So this is autofix patch. You can just use this autofix patch for your projects. And then I just show you unfixed. For some cases, the EM4J cannot generate autofix patch. So let's just generate some report to guide your guys to fix your code manually. This is something, it just reports, this removed API has been, this API hasn't been removed. You need to change your code manually. Also, the other things has been reported in this report. I think this is a general demo for EM4J. Okay, let's go back to my presentation. This is a demo for EM4J. Okay. I think most of our guys are familiar with OpenRewrite. Okay, so let me give some comparison between EM4J and OpenRewrite. Actually, from design perspective, actually EM4J has a strong focus on JDK upgrades. It means EM4J does not have any support for other language or platform migration. It only focuses on JDK upgrades. That's the first thing. The second thing is actually EM4J implement more rules to identify compatible issue. It means if you are only use EM4J for JDK upgrade, it can help you to find more issues if you are using EM4J. And the last thing is the auto-fix feature implemented in EM4J also is based on OpenRewrite. Okay, this is the third thing. And if we apple-to-apple comparison for EM4J and OpenRewrite, and you can say EM4J does have some support for scanning in jar or at the build time, or if you have remember, I just mentioned you can use EM4J as a Java agent. You can enable Java agent to detect the compatible issue in runtime. This is two difference. The last difference is OpenRewrite just only focus on auto fix. So, but for EM4J, it just can generate some manual report. It just can generate some reports for your manual fix. You can just read the report and change your code manually. This is the third difference. Okay. Let's give you guys some summary how we use EM4J at Alibaba. The first thing is I have mentioned EM4J tools has been integrated into Alibaba DevOps platforms as a part of our CI/CD process, and our developers did not use EM4J as a they need not use EM4J manually. It has been integrated as our CI/CD process. If by doing so, it just provides a more smooth migration process for our almost all online applications. This is the first thing. The second thing is we just implement some internal service. We just can use this internal service to scan jars in Maven repository, so that you can use this internal service to tag Maven library with JDK version compatibility. If by doing so, our developers can quickly determine whether or not the library is compatible with the JDK version their project is using. This is the second thing. The third thing is about productivity. Based on our previous experience, our developers just could spend 2 days up to 1 week if they want to upgrade each application from Java 8 to 11. But with automated process support, based on our current experience, it took on average less than a day to upgrade. Okay, I just complete my demo and explanation and for AMD40 usage. This is my last part. I just share some lesson learned we have learned from Alibaba upgraders experience. I think the first thing is many Java applications are generally built as a microservice in cloud native environment, and instead of delivering jars, they just deliver. Our developer just deliver cloud native or Docker image. And in this environment or in this context, we suggest you can just use a well-structured Docker file to ensure deployment consistency across all your environments. Here there are 2 key points. The first key point is you can just in your Docker file, you can just explicitly specify the target JDK version in your base image. This is the first thing. The second thing, we just do suggest you can standardize your JVM configuration, especially for JVM parameters, so that you can ensure all your upgraded application are started with same upgrade JVM parameters. And one typical example here is, for example, if you upgrade your application from Java 8 to 11, actually most of our developers want to change their CMS collector to G1 collector. So you can just change this parameter in your standardized or template JVM configuration. Then you can ensure your upgrade application are using G1 instead of CMS. I think this is the first lesson. Okay, I think the second lesson we have learned is about packaging management. As you guys are very familiar with Java ecosystem, Java ecosystem just provide many great options for package management. Maven is a very popular and powerful one. And in Alibaba, most of our application projects are Maven based. If you are using Maven to do the project management, we have 2 suggestions here. The first thing is you can just explicitly specify your dependency in your Maven project. This can just simplify your upgrading cost. This is the first thing. The second thing is we just do recommend to explicitly declaring the JDK version that your first party or third party library is compatible with. If you have remember, I just mentioned in Alibaba practice, we just have some internal service which is responsible for scanning the jars in Maven repository and tag the Maven library with the JDK version compatibility, so that our developers can quickly determine the JDK version for their library. Okay, for lesson 1 and lesson 2, I just give you some summary. Structured better than unstructured, and explicit dependency declaring better than implicit. Okay, for lesson 3, I think tooling support is very important. I just give you guys some introduction for EM4G. I do suggest you can use EM4G in your production environment, and you can just use EM4G to streamline your upgrade process, and then you can just apply that for all your teams, so that each team does not need to repeat the same complex tasks all again. So just to suggest you can just use some automation tooling support for your upgrade. I think this is the last lesson. I think is very important. Just for JDK upgrade, I do suggest that we just can follow DevOps practice or principles for JDK upgrade. Here, there are just 3 key points. The first thing is we call canary deployments. Most of applications deployed on Alibaba Cloud generally adopts canary deployments, where the new version JDK were initially deployed on a very limited of machines, so that the scale of deployments will gradually increase until all your applications are running on new version of JDK. This is the first thing. The second thing is about monitoring. I think monitoring is very important. You just need I think you need to just have some very comprehensive monitoring system, so that you can just use that to detect issues for your upgrade. It's very important. The third thing is about rapid rollback. It means you can have some quick rollback mechanisms if some bad thing happened. I think you just prevent some bad issues, bad things in your production environment. You can just look at this picture, give you some good understanding for this canary deployments. On the left picture, you can see the new version JDK 11 are running on some limited number of machines. On the right, you can see all instances or machines are running on top of JDK 11. This is just some straightforward example for this strategy. Okay, I think that's all for my talk. I just talk about the engineering challenges for upgrading from Java 8 to Java 11. I also talk about the usage. How can use EM4G for JDK upgrade? Also, I just share more lessons we have learned from Alibaba experience. So that's all for my talk. Thanks for your attention.
Great. Thank you, San-Hong. That's wonderful. I know we're running a little short on time, but you've got some questions in the question and answer section. But before we get to a few of them, I wanted to say at the scale that Alibaba Cloud works, it's just amazing to me that you're able to now very productively move and migrate. And also that you've open sourced this to offer it to others.
Yes.
I had a conversation with someone once saying they didn't think they would be able to upgrade because they have hundreds of developers, and you've just talked about the scale of 10,000 Java developers and millions of lines of code. So I think it's possible. All right, we've got a question here. Do you use Maven for deployment phase 2, or deployment is done with different tools? I'm not sure if you need more context to that, San-Hong.
What's the question? Sorry, can you repeat?
Do you use Maven for deployment phase as well, or deployment is done with different tools?
Yeah, we're just using EM4G Maven plugin at build time for deployments. Yeah.
Great. Another question, this is maybe philosophical. What was the major trigger for you at Alibaba Cloud to upgrade from 8 to move up? What Java versions are you using at Alibaba?
Okay. Unfortunately, actually, most of our applications are running on Java 11. So far we just talk with our team and help them to migrate from completely complete the upgrade from Java 8 to 11. After that, and just we do our team to upgrade from Java 11 to 21.
Okay, nice. And then final question: did you consider alternatives to Java, or are you happy with Java as an enterprise platform? Have you ever considered a different programming language for anything?
No, I think for Alibaba, actually, most of our applications are in Java, are running on top of Java. Yes, some applications are using Golang, but it's a small part. Most are Java. Yeah, in China, I think many companies are using Java.
Nice. All right. I think we're probably better take a short break to our next presenter. Thank you so much, Lan Hong, for all the work that you do and all the contributions to the Adoptium project, including EM4J.
Yes.
So before we move on, I guess Dan is queued up as our next presenter, but maybe we'll take 2 minutes. Dan, are you cool to wait? Ooh, and
sounds good. Absolutely.
We'll see everyone in 2 minutes, 1.5 minutes from now. Great. I'm really honoring that clock. It is my pleasure to introduce Daniel from Bloomberg. I want to say a few words about how I met Dan. We were both at EclipseCon a couple years ago, I think now, and I heard that Dan worked for Bloomberg, and I know that Bloomberg is one of our enterprise members of the Adoptium working group. And I said, this fellow might want to be working on some of the secure development work that we have at the project. We had a great conversation at EclipseCon, and the rest is probably history. Dan is now an active member at Adoptium, and as of within the last 2 weeks, sitting in our working group as a Bloomberg representative. So very happy to introduce Dan. And I guess I'll let you take it away, Dan. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Shelley. And this is a slightly different environment than my usual desk, so I'm just going to make sure that the screen share works. Entire screen. Great. So, hi, I'm Dan. I am at Bloomberg. I am a software engineer, and I also lead, among many others, the Java and JDK Guild. So we are responsible for promoting the use of Java and the JDK throughout the company, as well as making sure that different people in different departments are all on board with using best practices and using the latest tools. And I'm also really happy to be working with Adoptium. And this talk today is what's lurking in your JDK, identifying vulnerabilities in Temurin. And this is going to detail the work that I've done after meeting Shelley at the last EclipseCon. And this is actually a shortened version of the talk that I plan to present at OCX this year. So if this strikes your fancy, if you'd like to work on this as well, we absolutely welcome contributions. And there's a longer version of this talk that includes all the technical details at OCX this year. So just a quick recap, supply chain security. So supply chain security is the name of the game, both in the open source world and in the enterprise. Software is really only as secure as the components that go into it. And if you've got components in your software that can be exploited, you can exploit the software you have as well. And we call the things that can be exploited vulnerabilities. And by understanding what components go into the software that we use, we can understand and mitigate the threats that are posed to our software by the underlying vulnerabilities. New regulations like DORA in the EU increasingly mandate that both commercial and open source software are secured at the source. So we are heavily focusing on supply chain security both at Eclipse and also at Bloomberg. So this is a really good area for me to dive in and do some work in, because it really does affect both the day job and my open source interests. So software vulnerabilities are things that can be exploited to produce unwanted behaviors in software. So software vulnerabilities can be introduced in a couple different ways. They can be introduced accidentally. They can also be introduced deliberately through code changes. So either, in the old days, SQL injection was a common thing that was introduced accidentally because people just wanted to create a SQL string as easily as they could. Sometimes people will inject code in a code base that enables it to be exploited later. The CTX bug that we saw earlier this year was a classic example of that. And then you can also actually inject vulnerabilities in software after the code has been written through the build and deployment process, and also pertinent to this talk, by using vulnerable libraries. So if you use a vulnerable library, your software might also be vulnerable because you pull in the vulnerability. Now, software vulnerabilities are cataloged by the National Institute of Standards and Technology in the US, NIST, which is an agency of the US Department of Commerce. They catalog them into a system called CVE, and each CVE is a description of a vulnerability, which includes the behavior, the affected components, and the severity. And what's interesting about this is if you have a vulnerability in a library that you use, that vulnerability can also affect the software that you have. And it's important for users to have secure base components. Now, because what Adoptium does is provide a build of the OpenJDK, anyone writing a Java application that uses Adoptium is inherently exposed to any vulnerabilities that they might have in their base JDK, both at build time and at runtime. So it's very important for users to have confidence in the JDK they're using in order to produce secure software themselves. So for us at Bloomberg, this is also quite important that the JDKs we use for our development and our deployments here are secure and that the vulnerabilities are known. One of the most common topics in the software secured development area is the software bill of materials, the SBOM. So the SBOM is basically like an ingredients list for software. It's typically specified in a standard format like CycloneDX, which is an open standard for specifying software bills of materials, vulnerability disclosure reports. And in addition to being a format, it's also a community, and they provide plenty of tooling for people to be able to make SBOMs. Right. So in this analogy, an SBOM is if your software is this final cake, you want to know that flour went into the cake, milk went into the cake, and eggs went into the cake. And if any of these is contaminated, then your cake is also possibly contaminated, and you probably shouldn't eat it. If you're, for example, allergic to gluten, if the cake contains flour and flour contains gluten, then you will be vulnerable to this cake. So SBOM is similar. It basically says our software contains a bunch of these libraries. It also says what versions of those libraries are included and can contain checksums so that you know that the claimed version of the library matches up with the version of the library you can download from somewhere like, say, Maven Central. And new regulations actually require that software creators produce SBOMs and identify vulnerabilities in their software, because if a dependency is vulnerable, the whole product may or actually may not be also vulnerable. For example, if you use a library that's vulnerable to remote code execution, if you pass it a code string, but the only code strings you pass it are hard-coded in your library, then you're probably not vulnerable because you only use the library in a limited way that doesn't actually let the user pass in a code string. So, for example, if you use a library that's vulnerable to SQL injection, if you pass it a bad SQL string, but you've hard-coded 3 SQL strings that don't inject, you might be fine. But generally speaking, it's important to know what components go into our software, because if we want to know what vulnerabilities there are and how to mitigate them. So, taking the SBOM a step further, a vulnerability disclosure report basically lists the known vulnerabilities in software. So the analogy is, if the SBOM is our ingredients list, the VDR is actually the list of allergens, right? It says that this contains a bunch of things, but if you have a gluten intolerance or are allergic to nuts or can't have eggs or dairy, then this is not for you. So instead of having to go through all the ingredients and see if any of them is something that's vulnerable, the VDR puts the vulnerabilities up front, and it lists the vulnerability details, like what's vulnerable, the affected versions, and recommended fixes. So for Adoptium, in order to give our users confidence that what they're using is secure, we want to list all the known vulnerabilities and what users can do to mitigate the impact. And most of the time, for most vulnerabilities, even the classic log4j that I'm sure everyone has at least been tangentially exposed to a few years ago, where there was a remote code execution issue in log4j, the fix is as easy as updating to a more recent version where the vulnerability has been remediated. So at Eclipse Temurin, the project that Shelley got me started with is to create this VDR. And thanks also to Tim and George and Stuart and all the other people that have helped me through this journey. What we wanted to do is we wanted to generate a vulnerability disclosure report for Eclipse Temurin. So what this starts with is there's a group called the OpenJDK Vulnerability Group, which 4 times a year issues a report. This report is very much a human-readable report. It's not a machine-readable report. So what we do is we parse it into a machine-readable representation, and this actually contains a bunch of CVE IDs. We query the NIST database for those CVE IDs, and we enhance the vulnerability disclosure report with information from the NIST database, which gives us things like descriptions, related links. And finally, that vulnerability data is all taken and converted into a formatted VDR in the CycloneDX format using the CycloneDX library. So basically, what we do is we consolidate information from multiple sources into one standardized machine-readable document. And currently, there's only one VDR for all versions of Temurin. And each vulnerability report lists which versions of the OpenJDK are affected by a given vulnerability. And the fix, generally speaking, is upgrade. So in our pipeline, the step 1 is to source the data. Right, this comes from the OpenJDK Vulnerability Group. It's a trusted, a group of trusted members of the community who receive reports of vulnerabilities in the OpenJDK codebase. It comes out 4 times a year. And this is like a screenshot of what it looks like. As you can see, we have a bunch of affected versions where you get the major and minor version up top, and then a bunch of CVEs listed. And each CVE says which major version is listed, and then we actually intersect that with the minor versions at the top to get which major and minor versions are affected by each CVE. We have a list of affected components. For example, this one, the security library is affected, and the SSL library is affected. The other one, the hotspot and compiler are affected. We also get a severity score. And this is important because, as mentioned before, it really matters how you use your libraries, right? And sometimes our CVE, our vulnerability score for a CVE will actually be lower than the NIST generic one, because in the way that the OpenJDK uses a library, it might pose less risk than other usages. So we parse this into a machine-readable JSON format using the beautiful soup Python library. And After that, what we do is we enhance it. We go to the NIST database, and the NIST CV database contains valuable details. In this case, we can see that we have the score. We have a long description of how the exploit can be used to gain access to something the attacker shouldn't in this case. And the final vulnerability information is compiled into one record, one JSON record for each vulnerability. So once we've queried the NIST database and gotten the description and the additional severity score, what we do is we export this information in using the CycloneDX Python library. And this standard format's great for us because it means that the final VDR is completely interoperable with other existing tools because it's a standard format. It exports both JSON and XML. I believe we use the JSON in this project. The challenge with it is actually that there's a lot of flexibility in how to describe components. So many fields are simply strings. An example is version numbers. They expect PURL, but they don't actually validate this. So they just have a string that's documented. This should be in PURL format. And one of the current challenges we face is figuring out how do you actually get a PURL for a JDK? Because there are PURL standard formats defined for libraries in things like Maven Central or in Python libraries in pip. But how do you find a package URL for your base JDK? And we basically try to align with the standard by using the library. It should be nearly impossible to generate an invalid report. It turns out that it was actually possible to generate an invalid report because you have to turn on typing checking in Python. And they also do provide a validation utility, so we had to make some minor code tweaks. And now the library actually validates the report and confirms that the report we generate is valid in the CycloneDX format. And another CycloneDX validator that they have online also confirms that the reports we have are in the valid format. And the final report can be linked from versions of the Temurin release. And this means that users of Temurin, so hopefully those in the audience, can be aware of what vulnerabilities exist in their versions of the JDK and what the remediation plan is. So you can now know that if, hey, maybe you're on an older version of the JDK, there might be these vulnerabilities in it. And from a software supply chain perspective, you could remove those vulnerabilities by simply upgrading. So the goal with the VDR is to make users more confident that the JDK they're using is in fact secure, what the possible security issues might be, and what they can do to remediate those issues. So the final report is generated by GitHub Actions. GitHub Actions is great because it's a secure environment that's provided by GitHub, which means that users can view the logs in the output. We create a VDR on every PR, and if you were to fork it, you could verify that the output is correct by also running it because it's running using GitHub Actions. And we try to be very transparent in our report generation. So basically we have both a data directory that you can download and you can see all the web pages that we downloaded in making the report, as well as the final VDR, and you can trace back each vulnerability to the web pages that it comes from and make sure that that information is valid. And here's an example of the final VDR. Here we can see we've got a description for the CVE, we've got an ID for the CVE, we've got a date when it was published, we've got ratings from both NIST and OJVG, and in this case they do match up. And we can see that the versions that are affected are the Java security libraries in version 11.3, 7U221, and 8U212. So what's next? I think I'd be super interested in is integrating Temurin's SBOMs, right? So we could scan through the components in Temurin's SBOMs and look up vulnerabilities in those, and then we can add them to the VDR if they're critical enough. I think the other issues that we're looking at are ease of consumption, so linking them from Temurin releases and making the VDR available via an API. And finally, in terms of improving the pipeline, a thing that we would really like are machine-readable OJVG reports, because actually at some point in history, the OJVG report format changes slightly and we had to look for different key strings. And we'd also like to start using a Docker image instead of the NIST API for higher throughput, because the NIST API limits your throughput if you don't use an API key. And for security reasons, GitHub Actions don't let you use an API key except when you are, they don't let you use an API key during a PR, because then people could find out your secrets by simply printing it. So that was pretty much it for how we generate the Temurin VDR. Hopefully, this has inspired you to go take a look at the VDR, maybe even contribute. And that's it for my presentation. Thank you so much.
Great. Thanks, Daniel. I don't have questions in the Q&A, but I do have a question for you, which is, if someone wanted to join you and help you on those next steps, what's your preferred way of them getting a hold of you?
I think we have the Slack channel within the Adoptium Slack, and I try to pay attention to that. We also have issues on the GitHub, so both of those are great places to get a hold of me, and also all the other project contributors, maintainers, and leaders, because I think what makes community great is the fact that it's not just one of us, it's many of us.
Yeah, that's wonderful. And thank you so much for the work. I think it's underrated, the idea here. What you've accomplished is the machine readable part of this means this report can be used in other automation pieces that we have at the project. So it's just great. Thank you so much. Unless there's no other questions, I'll let Dan go. We're to keep to time. I think I'll invite George as the next host, and also my co-presenter of the next presentation. Shall we, George, take a short, do we have time for a short break of another 2 minutes to fill water bottles?
I think I'm just looking at the time. I think the plan was to go straight into this one unless people are desperate for a refill of water bottles.
Well, they can always catch up later.
Yeah.
Let me see.
Excellent. So,
let me see about presenting here.
Yeah, no, I was just going to quickly introduce you, Shelley and Michael. So obviously, yes, my pleasure to introduce two remarkable leaders in the software industry. Shelley is a senior principal software engineer at Red Hat, I believe, but we prefer to know Shelley as a prize member of our project management committee and also a Red Hat representative on the working group. I think Shelley's work certainly shines through on the Eclipse AQAvit project in particular. Beyond code, she's certainly passionate about cultivating the next generation of open source contributors. And joining Shelley is Michael, who is a veteran in the software industry. I think made his mark at both Google and Microsoft over the years, and is now considered a software supply chain security expert. And I think most recently, Michael and Shelley and others in the project authored a really interesting case study with the Eclipse Foundation in partnership with the Adoptium project, all about OpenJDK, specifically Temurin, and about secure supply chain. So yeah, today they'll be tackling the crucial topic and hopefully explaining why Eclipse Temurin is the most secure OpenJDK distribution. So yeah, please, I'll hand over the stage to you two.
Great, thanks, George. Welcome, Michael. Hopefully that presents well. I don't have a good view of what's being presented at the moment. Great. All right, here we are.
Yeah, I think George covered the intro part, so we can just dive right in.
All right. I do want to say, when I say interests here, my name is Shelley. I do like the topic of supply chain security, not just for software, but also for forests and food. So if you have questions about those last two things, throw them in the channel as well. And I'll pop to the next slide for Michael to begin.
Well, so, my journey in this process was, I didn't even know what Temurin was when I started working with Eclipse and learning about, what Temurin is. And, in my world of software supply chain security, people use the word security a lot. And I think it's interesting to talk about what we mean by these things. So why don't we start with you, Shelley, diving into what is Temurin?
Right. And hopefully many of the people on this at this summit do know Temurin now, as we've had many good speakers already. But it is an OpenJDK build produced by the Eclipse Adoptium project. It's free and it's legitimate. And what I mean by that is widely used, TCK compliant, and tested the heck out of it so that it's quality assured. It's community driven, so we have many, many member organizations. It's supported by many commercial vendors for those who need a commercial support option, and it's secure. So by that I mean the SLSA build level 3 and SSDF conformance and more. And we're going to talk about all of those things today.
So when we talk about security, and we've, I think, heard previous conversations about some of the aspects of supply chain risk, I think about it as across sort of a two-dimensional thing. Like, and one of the aspects is, you know, what are the sort of ways that things can go wrong, the risks, right? And as one of the previous talks talked about, you know, vulnerability are essentially intrinsic problems in the code. This is like code was written as intended, but has weaknesses inside it that allow it to be exploited in production or in build systems or whatever. Tampering is when some bad actor intentionally introduces weaknesses into the code, essentially misrepresenting what the code intended to be and adding things that were not meant to be there in order to make it possible to attack later on. And then the least understood one is actually availability, where whether it's literally, you know, like the canonical example is something called leftpad.js, where somebody just took their package and pulled it down from the internet and broke everybody's builds. But in a more longitudinal, historical way, there's the availability of the project as a whole, continuing to be essentially sustainability of continuing to produce updated versions of the software so that you can, in fact, keep using it safely. Now, these are the areas of risks, but when we think about how to sort of actually address these problems, it really is a spread across the culture of the organization, the team that's using this software and building it, the processes they use, and then the solutions, everything from the build tools and the technologies to just the sort of the structure of the systems they put in place. You can learn more at the case study, but we'll move on to the next slide. We're going to keep it pretty tight. And so you're probably at this point in time going, man, they keep talking about software supply chain security. Why is this such a hot topic? And if you haven't read all the news articles, here's just a smattering. It's almost predictable at about every 18 months, there's a major supply chain attack that has huge implications across the industry and causes everybody around scrambling around to deal with it. This is an industry-wide technical debt. It's a technical debt that's probably about 40 plus years old. Like Y2K, for those of you old enough to remember that, but without the same clarity of time, date, or solution. And so we're all working towards figuring this out, and what Temurin is doing is a key part of that. Go to the next slide. So we are taking across, we talked about those three things. That three-pronged strategy is actually essential to everything we do, right? And so when we work with any organization, at the Eclipse Foundation, working with various teams, and within the Adoptium project, they themselves adopted a process that really leans on all three of these pillars. We're going to talk a lot about sort of the specifics in this case, but this is to give you a background of how we work. Let's go to the next slide. And so the Eclipse Foundation and the Adoptium project are effectively partnering in this relatively uncharted space of how to solve this sustainably in a strategy that we call a T, where the Eclipse Foundation is doing the broad breadth-first approaches with a security infrastructure, and then the Adoptium team is really diving deep into some of the harder, deeper problems of software supply chain security. Next slide. So at the breadth-first level, the Eclipse Foundation has created a security team, and that team is responsible for building common security infrastructure. And this covers everything from sort of repo policy, ensuring that every repo in the Eclipse Foundation conforms to secure policies, has continued governance over access to it. We have identity systems across the Eclipse Foundation and ensuring, again, that access control to various resources, whether it's our build systems, source repos, vulnerability databases, et cetera. Prior to this creation of the team, the vulnerability management process and culture across the Eclipse Foundation's projects was, to say it nicely, ad hoc. And we have been rolling out continued improvements and processes. The Eclipse Foundation is now a CNA. It's able to issue its own numbers, but also gives it authority over what is a vulnerability or not. And I could go on for days. There's a long list of things that are happening. Probably the most important asset to read is the Security Training Handbook, which I believe is linked into this deck at the end. And if not, I'll make sure it is.
Great. And I'll take that. You've done the wonderful breadth-first approach of the Eclipse Foundation. And as you kind of alluded to in that T, we're at the Eclipse Adoptium project, we're the trunk, we're that depth-first piece. And I do want to call out all the effort that has gone on from many people in the community around this. I was looking back at some of the initial beginnings of our journey in the secure development pipeline and actually putting secure development into our program plan. It started very many years ago, and it kind of was begun from the perspective of looking at the different models that are out there and frameworks around how do you do secure development at a project, but also looking at some of the government regulations that are coming towards us. So when we kind of started this, we were looking at a lot of different things, and we prioritized our work around where those different models and frameworks overlapped. Some of the, not exclusively in this list, but some of those things were, obviously testing the PRs, two-party reviews on those, making sure we have a requirements policy that we've already heard from Haroon, all of the work that's happening around our infrastructure. Stuart has been called out already in a slide, but in terms of the isolated ephemeral build environments that we now use to achieve that SALSA level build, the L3 level, supplying SBOMs for every build that we create that not only lists the ingredients, those things that are pulled in as we build, it also includes instructions for how to rebuild the thing you just downloaded. And we're going to talk a bit more about that today. Audit logs, everything that we distribute to consumers are signed artifacts. And really critical to this piece and the work that Andrew Leonard has been championing for us and also pushing back up to the OpenJDK upstream repositories, this notion of reproducible builds. So I do want to say, all of these things, all of the government regulations that are, landing upon the world, we're keeping an eye on them. Let's just say that. And we're trying to continue our work with that notion of those things behind us and the notion that security is not an end goal, but a continuation, and always have to keep moving forward. But since that's right. It's a verb. Reproducibility. I do want to say this. We're going to talk a bit about this, and I will reference a lot of the blog posts that Andrew Leonard has written, and we have a list of slides at the end here. But I do want to say why I like this particular view is the alternate pronunciation is reproducibility, and it's a juicy topic. I won't pull off to start this demo, but I will reference some of the effort that we've been doing around simplifying the reproducibility of our builds. I also will show that it's a one-click option. When I want to go and pull latest or release or a nightly build, I'm able to essentially run a simple Jenkins job and adjust a few parameters to be able to launch a particular test, which is hearkened by, I guess, pulling in the source code, building a Temurin binary, creating an interim product. In our pipelines, then there's a sign step, packaging, and then it goes off into a bunch of final products. When we say reproducible here, if given the same source code, build environment, and build instructions, any party can recreate a bit-for-bit identical copy of these specified artifacts. So that's a big statement, and it's a big piece of work, and it isn't free and it isn't easy. At the end of the slide, we'll reference some blog posts that talk about, the multitude of upstream PRs and commits that were made to make sure that things are now deterministic. So checking that timestamps are removed, making sure that if you're running with a certain user ID or different file system paths, all of this is, I'll say, smoothed over now so that to allow us to be able to do these builds. Even for the platforms and configurations on machines, things that are configured and enabled and affect the ability for us to reproduce the build. I'll also mention here dependencies and tool chains on the most recent work that Andrew has delivered, Andrew and the team have delivered, the using a dev kit. So making sure that we're able to have others build the compiler that's being used rather than having a bespoke one that we're using for our builds. So going deep into those dependencies and making sure they can be built and rebuilt. And you'll recognize this as a threats overview model from Salsa. I do want to say for reproducibility is a powerful tool. We talked about some of the things we're doing in that depth first slide. For A and B, if we have people trying to submit an unauthorized change or compromising the source code, we do have mechanisms like the two-party review. We have mechanisms that allow us to deal with those source threats. But for everything else on this slide, C through H, reproducibility can help address these. So if we have compromised dependencies, if we have a compromised build process, modified packages being uploaded, package registries being compromised, all of these things can be checked with our wonderful reproducibility bulldozer. And we'll talk a bit more now about that. What we used to do with this was actually, and we still do, but we've just hidden it and made it slightly easier, is download, this is for JDK 21 or up, the Temurin binary that you want to use. And from our API, download the associated SBOM. And then from the SBOM, the contents of the how to rebuild it, pull those materials out, reproduce that build, and then essentially compare the thing you downloaded with the thing you rebuilt and make sure they're binary identical. And there's wonderful details of how to do this now, this reproducible verification build yourself at a latest blog post and page that's up at the website. We've simplified this slightly more now because we've created a test case that will do that for us. So it's as simple as running this test case for the platform that you wish to check. Running it last night on the latest release, being able to see that I can pull, do those steps in one kind of click of a button, compare the 108,000 plus files that are produced, making sure that they actually are bit for bit identical, and seeing, yes, we haven't broken our ability to reproduce at this time. Why is this important that we run this regularly and we run this on our EA tagged nightly and weekly tests? So we can notice if reproducibility has been broken by some change upstream or in our own build scripts. So this is something that's happening regularly at the project now, and we're going to be monitoring this so we can quickly fix whether or not we're able to reproduce, because it's such a powerful tool in terms of a secure development workflow. And I'll say, as mentioned kind of before, security is really an ongoing effort at the project. It is part of our program plan, which means really the top level goals of our program plan are make a healthy environment where people want to come and work at the project, make sure that we continue to deliver Temurin and all of the other good projects out of Eclipse Adoptium in a timely manner, in a safe manner to consumers, but make sure that we have a secure development roadmap outlined and that we continue to make progress on this. So what those things look like, and hear this as an invitation to come and help at the project in any of these areas. There are some SBOM refinements that are coming within the last 2 quarters of this calendar year. We have continued to want to improve our automation, make it simpler, as I kind of just identified there. Instead of 17 steps, drop it to 4 steps, drop it to 1 step, so that people can do this more easily in their own shops, so that different companies that are consuming our artifacts can have tools at the ready so that they can check that they're feeling more secure and safe. Attestation. So we'll talk a little bit about the notion that you can do this test now yourselves. So I call it crowdsourced reproducible verification builds. Well, let us know if you actually have reproduced the latest release and that has worked for you. We'll define a way, just like we did for VDRs, we'll define a method for attesting to this so that we can have that confidence out there for our consumers and they can participate in that. Automated consumption of reporting of SBOMs and the VDR reports, as Dan so kindly talked about. So not just producing them, but consuming them, reading them, acting as though we are our own consumers to understand how that workflow and how that information can be helpful or how it needs to be perhaps even further simplified. There is now a active effort in the SALSA project as well to start defining what build L4, level 4 means. Up until now, the highest level has been L3, which we have achieved here at the project for Linux and Windows builds and are currently or Linux and Mac builds and are currently working on it for our Windows builds. And I think the last piece of the puzzle, which is being worked on by our info team headed by Stuart Addison, is that ephemeral build criteria for Windows. Once that's achieved, what does L4 look like? L4 includes a conversation around reproducibility. So that's kind of exciting to see. I have the last point here as a pretty vague collaboration with interested parties. It is an interest to see that Maven and Gradle both have plugins and ways that you can check if your Java application is reproducible. But neither of those approaches at the moment include a way to see if your dependencies are reproducible, as in what you compiled your Java application with. So it would be interesting to see a full stack reproducible examples, and it would be interesting to work with some of the large application projects. Who is doing those reproducible verification builds today? Well, we are doing them at Adoptium, as mentioned, and my employer is actively working on doing these as well. And there probably are others, and I don't know about it, but please reach out and we can insert your name here in this list. Why does this matter? It means that we actually land ourselves as this community-driven, safe, secure, world's most secure OpenJDK distribution, to be disproven, hopefully not. So mentioned here, I am playing in a space that I've just called Reproduce It. I will have some examples up that people can try and play with as well. This will also be where I'm going to experiment with the Maven reproducible builds, example 1 in that repo does do a very simple hello Adoptium world reproducible build, but it doesn't kind of go further. If you read the Maven guide, you'll actually see that there's some caveats in the statements around what reproducible means at that level, and it would be nice to go a little bit deeper. I'm going to hand it back to you.
Thank you, Shelley. So first of all, I want to emphasize two really important things that came out of what Shelley just said on the previous slide. The Herculean work that the Adoptium team has done to make the OpenJDK builds reproducible. C++ is not an easy, happy place for doing this, and they have done an awful lot of continuous work that has worked its way upstream to the source code for the project, and also had influence on C++ compilers to get there as well. If you are building Java applications, it is still really relevant and interesting for you to do this for yourself so that your own applications are reproducible and helps you achieve higher degrees of security within your own applications. And Java makes this a lot easier. And so Shelley's work in that repo there will be a sort of good proving ground for you to wander into. So bringing us back to our T, right, we sort of can see how the breadth first efforts of the Eclipse Foundation security infrastructure team still covering sort of, the essentials, the really foundational things, but going all the way down to reproducibility, which is Salsa build level 4, which is not even fully finalized from the Salsa spec team. I'm on that team as well. Is a significant effort. And so now we'll go to the next slide, please. And bring it all home, right? So you should be using Temurin as the foundation of any secure application, because if you think about your application, its security is only as good as the underlying platform it's running on. And so if you're using, well, please don't use the OpenJDK.org builds or whatever that site is, those are not meant for production or serious use. This is exactly what you should be using. We would encourage you, even as a consumer of this stuff, to join the Adoptium project as part of the Eclipse Foundation, to be a participant. If you think about it, your supply chain is a critical part of your application's total security package. And if you don't have a relationship with your supplier and understand it, you're not going to be able to influence it and have it go in the right direction. And yeah, you should all be working towards making your software supply chain secure, starting with understanding things like Salsa, and then engaging with Temurin as your build. We'll go to the next slide. So I think this brings us to a close. We're probably on time or a little bit ahead of schedule. Nobody minds when we're early. I want to thank Shelley and the entire Adoptium team that I've been working with over the past, God, it's been a year now, I think, and just learning about this space and being able to just honestly be blown away by the work that's been done here, to see how the team has taken on those 3 pillars of culture, process, and tooling to make Temurin really the most secure OpenJDK build.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Shelley. Thank you, Michael. It's been really interesting to follow along. I've been keeping an eye. There aren't any questions in the Q&A or chat at the moment. We've got about 10 minutes left before we obviously need to move into the break. So I've got a slightly sort of open-ended question I could start with, and that might inspire more conversation, might inspire some other questions. So I guess the question I put to you two is, given the complexity and scale of software supply chain security, what do you two see as the biggest challenges in getting both open source and proprietary software companies to actually adapt those models? And do you think individuals can actually play a role in driving this shift?
That's a great question, George. I'll take a first stab at it, Shelley. I think that everybody who's consuming open source as part of their supply chain, which means everybody, because there's almost no examples where they're not, has historically assumed that software came down from the sky on unicorns with rainbows coming out of every part of the corners, and silver platters and so forth, right? And, the open source community is like to sort of moan and groan that corporations are sort of riding on their backs and doing things like that. But guess what? Open source projects do exactly the same thing and behave the same way. And so every project should be inventorying their supply chain, understanding what is their supply chain explicitly, and not having things show up there by surprise. And then sort of tending to their garden, so to speak. And there's a simple framework that I like to talk about, sort of the 3 Fs. You need to either fix it, fork it, or forgo it. There's another version of that F you can all imagine.
There's a different F word I've heard for that last one.
Exactly, right. There's a 4th F around funding, but that actually turns out to be very, very difficult to do well. One of my other projects, this Alpha Omega project, does that. And everybody wants money. Turning money into security is a whole other job. But if you don't have a relationship with your upstream supply, when they have something that starts to cause vulnerabilities in your source code and you start sending PRs their way, they're going to be like, who the hell are you? And things get complicated. And so every one of your supply chain components, which of course you now have an inventory of, you need to have some sort of relationship status, knowing where they are, what they represent in terms of risk, and then taking on a fix, fork, or forgo approach.
Yeah, and I don't think I can answer that question better, but I will harken back to being asked a question at a recent event where someone had asked the question, well, what am I to do? Like a desperate question of, well, what am I supposed to do? There's lots of good advice here. It starts with the word something, do something, 2-party reviews, 2-factor authentication. There's lots of little steps there that individual developers can do right now that help secure the supply chain. So it doesn't have to be make your application reproducible right off the get-go. It can be, are you actually reviewing this code well? Are you thinking about how it can impact do you have a second set of eyes? Do you know who your contributors are? All of that matters. So instead of being overwhelmed like there's too much, I think the advice would be start with something and start now and start with the first things that are easy for you, the low-hanging fruit. And I think that's probably the best advice so that people aren't overwhelmed. But I will mention the last on that one of the pieces that I was talking about. We'll at the project start to consume our own products and our own artifacts so that we can say, well, this is unreasonable to ask people to be able to do this. We'll have an opinion of what is an easy way to become more secure. And we do need, or I do want us to do that for our consumers. Yeah.
Awesome, great answers. It absolutely reminds me of the meme. I don't know whether you've seen it, of like all modern digital infrastructure, and then there's the tiny little prop of some random project. So Nebraska's been maintaining thanklessly for 20 years. Anyway, we have another question that's come up, so I'll pop that. Hopefully, I'm guessing that comes up onto the screen. There you go. Isn't the reproducible build a never-ending challenge? I mean, there are things like operating system security updates, which you probably want to apply soon, but what might influence your build result, even if you freeze all the other tools? Great question.
Yeah, it is a great question. And I think you can go look at the Temurin build repository for some of the answers. It does break reproducibility. And it breaks it. I think we've, in the last 2 months, seen 3 different breaks. An example was a change in one of our build scripts where we changed a file path and broke the ability to reproduce our Windows build. So I think it never ending, probably, but automation and simplification of automation is important here, because it isn't onerous if you find it right away. And yes, we'll continue to see changes that break it, but we'll be able to find them quickly and fix them. Sorry, Michael, you had your...
No, it's fine. This is great. I think if you think about sort of software engineering, right? Software engineering differentiated from programming, it is, the Rod Pike saying is it's programming integrated over time and change and pain and all those things like that. This is where those 3 prongs of culture, process, and tooling really matter. So Shelley basically touched on all 3 of those implicitly, right? The tooling, automation to provide testing and to make the tests reliably passing, the processes that sort of essentially ensure that we are doing things the right way, even when the tooling doesn't support it. But ultimately, the culture is what matters here. If an organization doesn't buy into the sort of security outcomes that we're trying to achieve, then when the build breaks and it doesn't work anymore for whatever reason, oh, we'll just comment out that test tomorrow. All of us have done that at one point in our careers, and all of us have come to regret it at one point in our careers as well. And so I think this is why what the Adoptium team have been doing in terms of building all three of those prongs together is why I think it is a sustainable approach. And yes, it does require constant vigilance, but that's, you know, we strongly believe that the outcomes are worth the juice is worth the squeeze. The reproducibility is worth the squeeze.
That's great. Good to work that back in. And I do want to say, yeah, this is part of our program plan. It's such a high priority for us. Working group members voted it into our program plan. But on the ground, the team that's working day to day at this project, I think Adam is working on making sure that the results of that particular test go right to the Slack channel so that we can see it easily and right away. So it's high priority for us, and I don't think it will stop being high priority for us. Other
Absolutely.
questions?
I'm just checking whether there's any other questions. I'm not seeing any others popping up, so I guess we can wrap things there. Give people an extra couple of minutes to go and make another coffee if they need one. But yeah, thank you. Obviously, Shelley, Michael, super interesting to hear your thoughts on this space. It's an area that's incredibly relevant and is being covered in so many different ways by so many different projects and people. So interesting to get your perspective. So yeah, thank you very much.
Thanks for having us.
Bye.
Thank you. So yeah, as I mentioned, we're going to have a slightly longer than 5-minute break now. I think we're going to have an 8-minute break, and the plan is to reconvene at the hour. So I'll hand over to Tim to put on another shiny countdown timer for us, and then I will we'll reconvene again in just about 6 minutes now. There you go, 5 minutes 49. Thank you, Tim. Awesome. Well, welcome back, everyone. Thanks for the quick break, and that video always wakes me up every time I hear it. So always good to see it come on. So yeah, next we are joined by Lan and Longyu. Lan is a quality automation architect at IBM, and is a key contributor to the Eclipse, OpenJDK, and AQAvit projects, and also a member of the project management committee. And Lan is joined by Longyu, who is a software developer at IBM, and also a contributor to AQAvit and OpenJDK. So yeah, welcome the two of you. I think in the session they're going to be exploring how AI is transforming Adoptium, AQAvit, and OpenJDK, and how we can benefit from AI going forwards, I guess. So yeah, please, I'll hand the stage over to you two.
Thank you, Adam.
Thank you,
George. So yeah, hello everyone. Today, Longyu and I are excited to share our story of leveraging AI in software. Let me share my screen. Actually. Can you guys
good to me.
Share the screen?
yes.
Yeah, perfect. Thanks, Lan.
Thank you. So, well, I guess in our fast-paced world, maintaining efficiency, quality, and reliability is more crucial than ever. I guess I don't have to prove this to everybody here. And AI is opening new doors to achieving this. So today we're going to share our story. We're going to talk about our background a little bit. I promise it's going to be quick. And then we're going to talk about, the motivations behind this, why we're doing the stuff we're doing, and followed by our real world examples, our collaboration with IBM CAS project, Eclipse Foundation Semester Code, and other projects. And the last but not least is the future work. So without further ado, let's get started. So Longyu and I work for Adoptium AQAvit. AQAvit is a comprehensive open testing standard and framework that is developed under Eclipse Adoptium project. Its main purpose is to ensure Java runtime meets rigorous quality standard and are reliable for production use. It plays a key role in guaranteeing that the runtimes are ready for use in demanding and enterprise-grade applications. So AQAvit is not only used by Adoptium, it is also used by other major Java vendors, such as Red Hat, IBM, Microsoft, Alibaba, Huawei, and more. So Longyu and I also work for Eclipse OpenJDK. So OpenJDK is an open source JVM that is a part of Eclipse Foundation. It is designed for high performance and memory efficient JVM, so it is ideal for cloud environment. IBM Temurin is built using OpenJDK. So as you can see that Longyu and I work in two roles that give us unique perspective. So we are, as part of the team that builds the standard, the framework, and the workflow, but on the other hand, we're also consuming this. We're the consumer. So now this leads to our challenges. Because we'll talk about that, we want to build a standard that to ensure Java runtimes meet rigorous quality standard, meaning that we will have lots of testing. For OpenJDK alone, we're running millions of tests nightly, not to mention PR build, promotion builds, and personal build. This is true for other Java vendors, right? We're sharing the same framework, we're running the similar set of tests. With extensive testing, come with large amount of triaging work. Think about it. Issue creation, issue assignment, duplicate detection are crucial, but they're tedious tasks. Imagine if we can use AI to help us automate those tedious tasks. Instead of spending hours of manual sorting and assigning components and developers or identify duplicate issues, AI can now step in to streamline the process. By utilizing machine learning models, we can predict issue assigning and triage issues faster, saving valuable developer time and effort, and allowing us to focus on building more robust software. So let's dive into some of the real world examples to see how AI is ready to make a difference. In collaboration with IBM CAS project, LLMs are utilized for automatically issue assigning and creation. So you can see from the diagram, this is really from a high level point of view that we take OpenJDK issue description, we do some data refinement, and then we pass that into different LLM to basically do component prediction, developer prediction, and issue similarity calculations. And now I will pass to my coworker Longyu. He will continue to talk about how we worked with some code student to utilize the CAS research AI solution that we just talked about at OpenJDK project. Longyu, over to you.
Thanks, Lan. Hello, everyone. So as Lan mentioned, we have got some machine learning models from the CAS project. So we want to utilize the CAS project into our practical daily work. So we submitted the project proposal to Eclipse Foundation semesters of code. And then we got 5 students from CMU, Balami, Diao, Fatima, George, and Lu Jing. The purpose of our project is to deploy a AI model server to serve the CAS models, and then integrate with the OpenJDK GitHub repo workflows. So whenever a new issue is opened or closed and the OpenJDK Git repos, the workflow will query our AI servers to give suggestions about the corresponding components or developers to fix it. Next slide, please. Thank you. Also, besides the interaction with the GitHub workflows, we also added the integration with Slack. So one new issue is opened in OpenJDK. From our AI servers, we will have predicted which component, for example, team test should fix this one, and then the Slack channel of the test team will get the notifications about an issue is opened for the test team. If you look at the red figures, that is an example. So this is OpenJDK repo issue 20120. So when a new issue is happened, we have the prediction, which is the red figure, the second one. Yeah, Lan is pointing this one. So we will have the issue numbers, we will have the status is open, and we have the recommended component of it. This belongs to the VM team, and the suggested developers, it will be Case, Jason, and P. Shipton. So this is the workflow we implemented with the semester of code project. Also, another project we are doing is Deep Aquatic project. The purpose of this project is, as I mentioned, we run millions of tests nightly. So we always got some test failures. So for those failures, we wanted to know if we have already got open issues in different GitHub repos related to the failures. So we query our another machine learning models to see what is the related degrees of the failure compared with already open issues. So if we give the related degree of higher, it means this failure is already very related to open issues. And also on the right side, you can see that we are collecting user feedbacks. So user can, based on the recommendation results, user can give us feedback, and then we will integrate the feedback to further train our models to improve the accuracy. So this is the architecture of the Deep Aquatic project. So first we grab the GitHub issues from Aquatest repos and the OpenJDK repos and pre-process the data. So we also grab the data from our nightly Jenkins builds, which is processed by our test result summary service. And then in the test result summary service, we match the corresponding output with the already opened GitHub issues. Then use those parts of contents from those two streams. We train and evaluate our machine learning models, and then deploy it into the machine learning servers. So whenever we got new failures, it will suggest the related GitHub issues with degrees of high, medium, or low. And mentioned before, we also collect the feedback from the users to further improve the performance of our machine learning models. So some of the future work. And you can see that for those projects, we try to develop a fully automated triage process to cover all the aspects of the testing process and the triaging process. And also we are collecting more experimental data to improve the machine learning model performance. And currently, for our CAS collaborators, they are still interviewing more developers and about the developer and the test process to see if they can leverage AI to further optimize those processes. And also, we are expanding the AI tools to more software development domains. So that is all about our presentations. Thank you for attending. So
any questions?
Thank you, Lan and Yongyu. We've got a question that's in the Q&A. I think it's been asked by Shelley, and she adds the pretense that she may or may not know the answer to this, but I'll throw it up on the screen. So the question was, can this same approach be deployed at other GitHub repositories?
Yes. Definitely the similar issues, because the AI model is trained using there's different perspective for it. For example, the similarity issues is also already used Adoptium data, data from Adoptium that it can also we can deploy that as well. And for CAS project, we need to have some ground of truth. But once we feed in the ground of truth of matching component and developers, we can also apply that model.
And also, since we use some specific data from the OpenJDK repos, so to utilize these methods into other repos, we need to train with the data from other repos. But the methods, the training methods, and the techniques we use should also apply to other repos.
That makes sense. I've got a quick question. I don't see anyone else coming up with questions at the moment. The question I had was, AI integration obviously clearly brings benefits to the project. But what do the two of you see as the biggest challenge in adopting AI-driven solutions in open source projects like Adoptium and AQAvit and OpenJDK? Like, I guess, how can we help make it as easy as possible for open source projects to adopt this technology?
We need more help. We're such a small team. This is basically, as you can see, we're leveraging or collaborating with a different open source project to help us to achieve the goal that we need to do. So we really hope that people can join the project and help us. From the technical side, from based on my point of view, feel free to add, Longyu. I think for the AI model, we always have to get in the feedback, refine it, and refine the model and redeploy the up-to-date model. Otherwise, you're just gonna stale, and it's not gonna have the correct high accuracy that we expected. Then, well, I guess people will stop using it. So we have to always try to keep up with the new data and training and refine the model.
And also another aspect I can say is for the infrastructures. So currently for training the models, because it's based on the large language models, so it requires a very powerful GPU equipment. So for our CAS collaborators, they are using the GPUs from their universities. And also for the semester of code projects, the students, they used the GPU from their universities. For us, we can deploy the machine learning servers with normal computers, but if we want to further train or improve the performance of the models, then we need more powerful GPUs.
Makes sense. I guess that's a great call to sort of action for sponsors and other people to come along. We obviously have a lot of relationships with several cloud partners that may have GPU availability that they could share with the projects. And like you say, I guess we could then speed up the model learning. And I guess sort of linked to Shelley's question of the more people that adopt this, the quicker it will learn and the quicker it get more intelligent, right? So yeah, interesting. I'm just checking whether there's any other questions. I'm not seeing any other at the moment. No. Okay, well, thank you so much, Lan and Longyu, for joining. It's always interesting to see how AI is being used in different industries, for sure. And it's great to see that we're using it so closely in our project, and great to see that it's automating creating issues that otherwise was a very painful manual process. So awesome to see, and keep up the great work.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Excellent. I think it's now time for me to hand back to our final host of the day, which is Carmen. So over to you, Carmen.
Thank you, George, and thank you to all the speakers. I'm taking care of the last 40-something minutes of this first event. Thank you for all the attendees as well. We are going to close this Adoptium Summit with 2 lightning talks. The first one will be Scott, talking about validating infrastructure security through access auditing. And Scott is a recent hire of Red Hat and also a recent part of Adoptium community. He has extensive experience within the utility industry, particularly concerning implementing software packages. And he has more than 16-year career within the UK financial services, responsible for implemented software compliance standards around source code auditing and control, and ensuring the auditing of software releases. And I think, Scott, as me, you are kind of new to open source, and you are also amazed on how everything works within Adoptium community. So it's your time to show the world.
Thank you, Carmen. All right, let me get this screen share going. Right. Hopefully you can see this.
Yes.
Excellent. So, hello everybody. Thank you for coming along. I'm going to do a quick talk through. You'll have heard today, if you've been present, about how much infrastructure we utilize, the sheer volume, how important secure development is, and the regulatory frameworks, SALSA, SSDF, all those things come into play for ensuring your supply chain is secure. Underpinning all of that is your infrastructure, and if your supply infrastructure is compromised, then everything that follows on is potentially at risk. The SolarWinds attack from a few years back is probably the prime example of a compromised build server producing valid artifacts that were also compromised. So I'm going to briefly cover a few areas about why it's important. You make all your security fixes, is you then have to validate that those, whatever security policies and fixes and patching processes you put in place, is make sure all of those things are actually working by validating the things that you've done. So again, there's a brief section on why it's important. The tools that are available, and given the volume of infrastructure that we use at Adoptium, automating it or having tools that simplify those tasks are vital, rather than manually combing through the logs of 100 servers. And I've got some interesting stats and a demonstration of the tool we've elected to use at Adoptium, which might be quite eye-opening. So I'm Scott Fryer. Carmen's just given me a very good introduction, but I'm a recent hire of Red Hat. I don't feel quite like the new kid so much anymore, but I have just shy of 10 years experience in the utility industry, dealing with deregulation and meeting legislative requirements for the utility industry and the opening of that up to competition. And I've got 16 years of experience in the financial services sector, which is about the polar opposite of open source. And for about the first 12 months of my open source career, I was very much in culture shock in the open source is a thing. I'm not going to touch on what is the Adoptium project briefly. It's a bunch of stuff. The JDK and particularly the infrastructure and the security elements are my biggest focus within the project. So getting on to what today's all really about. So identity and access management strategy. This is kind of the thing that underpins all others. If your infrastructure isn't secure, if your tools aren't secure, then nothing else is secure. So a good IAM strategy, identity and access management strategy, should cover really 4 areas: the administration of it, the auditing of it, and then authentication and authorization tools. All of those things need to be put in place to ensure that everything that follows on is also secure. So to help us with that, we first have to identify what our requirements are within this project. As we're an open source project, a lot of our infrastructure is provided through corporate sponsors, freely open. We're an open source project, so people perhaps have access to more things than you'd find in a commercial environment, potentially. So this open source approach to everything, our Ansible inventory is source code and publicly available. So the IP addresses for all the machines are publicly available. So having something that can cope with all of these competing demands is very important. So our key requirements, all logins and system access attempts should be captured and recorded somewhere. This allows, obviously, you to track unauthorized access, should that be possible, but also should you need to go and audit a period of time, then again, you should be able to go and find that information without too much difficulty. For things like brute force attempts and other things, ideally you want some level of automated response, so you don't have to go and deal with every single response manually, and there should be alerting to warn you that there's something or somebody has gained access when they shouldn't have. And then some analytics. The stats and numbers are quite eye-opening, but they allow you to tailor your security policy to deal with the kind of threats you're encountering on an hourly basis in most cases. And then reporting. All of these things need to be captured so you can measure the impact of changes, ensure patching policies are working, and that your security policies are all being implemented as you'd expect. So these are the requirements of a good intrusion and event management tool. So having done a lot of identifying of those requirements, having evaluated several tools, we chose one called Wazoo. It's a fork of OSSec, which is no longer really actively developed as open source. It is commercially available. This was an open source branch and is based on the OpenStack, OpenSearch technology stack, which is fairly well understood and fairly well used and available. So what Wazoo shows, so let me know if you can't, this is a 24-hour period for our infrastructure stack at this point in time. And in 24 hours, we had just over 2 million potential security attacks on our infrastructure, which that alone is an eye. I mean, 24 hours, 2 million attempted breaches. And you'll see Wazoo will classify them by level based on the kind of vulnerability scores and the type of attack. How many of these were actually just authentication failures, which is usually people trying to brute force logins, and that's 500,000 attacks where people are just trying to guess passwords or script brute force logins. And then we have 79,000 events where authentications are successful. Those aren't necessarily worrying, but they are, across 24 hours, there have been 79,000 successful logins to our entire build infrastructure suite. Now, a lot of those successful authentications are things like builds running from Jenkins, valid authentication processes, but these are things that you would go and drill down deeper in to ensure there's nothing beyond there. And as you can see here, you get some very nice graphs which tell you how many alerts are happening in every 30 minutes, which machines are most under attack. And as you can just see from the top of that slide there, there's two Windows machines. Two of our Windows build machines are getting the most attacks. Most attacks do appear to be on Windows. It seems to be the most vulnerable platform. Interesting numbers. So this is why if you had a unpatched security vulnerability in Windows or a domain controller, you would probably be able to see it here fairly clearly. So digging into the authentication failures a little bit more, just to show you the kind of details that Wazoo can provide. So again, people guessing at passwords for valid accounts, password guessing, somebody trying to SSH, and brute force. All of these attacks have failed, which is very good, because of the 400, again, you see here, of the just shy of 500,000 attacks, they've all failed. They've all been denied by our system security policies and whatever in place. Not one of them has succeeded as far as being a successful breach. And then going down to even the attacks on a single host. So again, 92,000 on this particular build host. So we can again keep drilling down into all the metrics and all the data. And just at the bottom of the screen there, though it might be a little small, these screens have quite a lot of information. Again, it gives you the type of attacks, the techniques that the attacker is using, which security roles. And the interesting thing about Wazoo is all the security roles that are being applied are an open source rule set, the OSSec rule set. So again, they can be contributed back upstream, and you can contribute to the Wazoo project as well as ours. So it's a good open source project. And then going even further, for each individual event, you can then go and see which countries are attacking our build infrastructure, or at least the geographic location of the IP address that attacked. And even things like failure reasons, checksums, the user IDs, the IP address of the person attacking. There's so much data that you can drill into and experience. It is possible with its automated response to block certain geographical areas and regions. It's not something we're considering within our open source project, but again, it's a feature that's available. And again, you can put automated responses for any of these attacks. And again, you can see here, this is one of the machine admins actually logging in as root. and you'll see here we get the checksum of the SSH key they used to log into that system, so we can validate that against our lookup of people's SSH keys to make sure it was a valid person. So it's just to give you an idea of the information that's being captured that you can then go and report on. So again, we have some filters in Wazoo that will check the key sums for all the successful authentications and highlight ones that it's not a known SSH key. And then this is the data as of the last 24 hours. I produced this chart this morning. Since the original one, which was about 6 months ago when we first put it in, we've made a bunch of security fixes. You'll now see there's 0 critical alerts, a lot of the automated response for blocking mass things with changes to firewalls and things like that mean we now have no critical alerts to worry about, and just half as many authentication failures and significantly less authentication successes. So again, we're validating the changes we're making to our security policies are actually working. But even then, with all the improvements, we're still getting 400,000-ish, which is a lot better than 2 million. But again, it's the ongoing task of security. But at least this gives us an idea that we are secure. I think that's it for the presentation. It's a very quick guide about why you need to, besides your security policies, validate why they're working. So any questions, I guess?
Thank you, Scott. Yes, there is one question by George. Let's see if this works. With the implementation of tools like Wazoo to audit and monitor the security of Adoptium infrastructure, what have you found to be the most significant challenge in balancing transparency with security in an open source project?
I think largely the greatest challenge is determining what needs to be open versus what doesn't need to be open. My previous life, it's a very easy answer to that question. Nothing's open. Nobody knows everything. You don't publish IP addresses, machine names. All of that is restricted from the off. That doesn't happen here. But some elements of that really need to be put in place. So it's finding equivalent methods to adopt more secure practices while still maintaining the open, transparent. A good way to do that, I found, is discussing this with the community.
Great. Okay, this one is done, and when we have another one, this is a curiosity: why the access to build machines wouldn't be held fenced? I assume most of the open source software contributors will be making pull requests and GitHub instead of SSH into build machines.
Yeah, the SSH access policy on the build machines is pretty much zero access. There, with the exception of a handful of machine moderators or people granted access to go and do specific fault finding where necessary, then nobody actually has access. We do adopt a zero access strategy, but those machines are online, available in Jenkins, and publicly visible, not accessible to the project. So you're right, any code changes to the build are done in PRs. Likewise, changes to the infrastructure are done via PRs in the infrastructure repository. That still doesn't preclude the occasional need, and again, reducing the number of times we need to do that by moving to more ephemeral infrastructure. So machines and VMs, coming on to the second question, like the Docker build machines are spun up and closed down. So the build machine doesn't persist for longer than it needs to. Given the volume, and I'll cover a bit of Haroon's, given the volume of platforms and machines we use, particularly some of the more archaic ones, Docker containers and VMs aren't necessarily available for all of those platforms. So there will always need to be some element of physical machines. But yes, the direction of travel is to move to completely disposable infrastructure. That's the way I'd like everything to work one day. We're moving in that direction, and that's pretty much your ephemeral build. You create a machine, you do your build, you throw it away. So that's the ultimate kind of target for everything.
That's great. Thank you, Scott. Do you have any call to action for the community? Next steps about the security work you were showing?
Yeah, I think if you want to get involved, please come along and we could use all the help we can get most of the time. It's a developing process, a developing project. So there's yep, come and join the Slack, come and join the community, come and weigh in. You'll get plenty of help and guidance, because the more people we encourage to join in, the better it is for everybody. And I go back to security is everybody's responsibility and job at some level. So feel free to reach out on Slack.
Great. And we have a thank you message for helping keeping the bad actors out. So I'm taking care of the last closing lighting talk. I will share my screen. I need to move some things around because I was in co-hosting mode. um, I don't know how to remove the question.
I'm just seeing if I can remove it now.
Okay. I'm sharing my screen, but I don't. Okay, it's almost there. Okay. Welcome to the last closing lighting talks. I will do a recap of all the 2024 work done by the community. You have already some sessions that we're talking about it, and I will do the like summarize, because for me, every time I do this, it's a time to celebrate, because you're there with all the work and achieving all the goals, and you don't have time to stop and think about it and go through it. Who am I? I'm Carmen Delgado. I'm a Adoptium Community Manager at Eclipse Foundation since 2022, and you could say this is not related to the community management marketing kind of role. It's more about helping the open source community to get everything they need to do their work and achieve their goals. I'm also a mentor and organizer at Eclipse Step Forward since 2021. It's a non-profit organization to help women in tech, and also I'm on since last year, and I have more than 15 years of experience in different industry, company structures, and operational roles. And I'm working from Spain, and I will explain why I'm saying this is important location. And if you want to hear more about me, all my social media handles are the same, so you can follow me. Adopting what? We have a first session by Tim that he already explained what is Adoptium, what are our projects, and how everything works. I will go back to it, and also Shelley talk about that. Scott also made some reference. I mean, we have been around these last 4 hours, we have been talking about it, but I still want to go back to it and trying to differentiate between what is Adoptium and what are our projects. What is Adoptium? Adoptium stands for our working group, which is the legal entity that takes care and champions of open source Java solution, empowering business with cutting-edge technologies and collaborative innovation. It's funded on the principle of community-driven and vendor neutrality. It has become a cornerstone for Java ecosystem and driving forward-thinking solution and fostering the culture of shared knowledge, and we are working on increasing contribution with experience and value developed from our members companies and also our open community. Adoptium also stands for the top level project that works as an umbrella for our projects. Our most known projects that we have been talking about it is the runtime, is Temurin. It's based on OpenJDK, it's TCK certified, AQAvit verified, it's high performance, cross-platform, open source license, and specification compliance. We have been also talking about AQAvit, which is our quality verification program. It's a large pool of tests addressing security, durability, scalability, and performance requirements. We have the migration tool that San Hong talked about it, and it helps the organization with a migration from Java 8 to 11 or higher version, and needs to be any other LTS version. We also have the migration control projects, that is a low overhead monitoring and management of running Java application. We have a fifth project that I haven't mentioned here, but Tim did it. It's about the Adoptium Incubator. It's a low overhead project that if you want to start any new project regarding the technologies that the team is already using it, you can go through that project and start trying your idea. Eclipse Adoptium by the numbers. Every time the team does a release, they're releasing more than 50 builds in a combination of version and platforms. We have more than 468 million of accumulated download only on the Temurin and builds. If we count on the OpenJDK, which was the previous name of the project before joining Eclipse Foundation, it has a cumulative of 570 million of download. We had achieved the salsa level build L3 for Mac OS and Linux. We're working on the other platforms. If you go to our marketplace, you will see that we are showcasing 7 high-quality vendors that are offering also their OpenJDK distribution. This shows our vendor neutrality policy. On 2023, we work with more than 80 contributors, and currently we have 13 members as part of the working group. Some community updates. Just a reminder, Shelley mentioned these pillars. Every year, one of the important work done by the working group is planning what are the pillars and the goals for the coming year. And for 2024, the pillars and the goals were 4. We have vibrant and healthy projects that to keep those projects appealing for the community to be part of it with all the needed technology, all the needed information to be there, maintain product usage. We already mentioned that we have hit all those million of users. We know most of them are enterprise users, so we work on understanding their needs and have all the needed structure to keep those usage. Innovation that matters. This goal is linked to having new projects, also new collaboration that it could be within Eclipse Foundation, with other Java-related working groups, other working groups in general, or also it could be with other open source organizations, and even other types of collaboration, as Lan and Longyu mentioned on their session. And last but not least, you have seen that there is a lot of work behind this goal, secure development. That I will give still more information and summarize all the work done by the community. To help working on the Vibrant and Healthy project, we have been spreading the word of the community by having a monthly or bi-monthly lighting talk. If you are not able to follow those talks on our community call, you can also check on them on our YouTube channel. We also have blog posts created by the community where they explain any updates on their projects, and it could be from some technical perspective to a more community outreach perspective. We also have adopted at events. We had some talks, different events that are more focused on open source or very specific to DevOps and tech development. We had event booth in collaboration with other Java-related working groups like Javaland, JCOM, DevBCN, and we're hosting our two events for this year is the Adoptium Summit. Thank you everyone for being here, for the community members that were part of the program committee, the community members that were giving their time for the sessions, and all the Eclipse Foundation team that were behind organizing this event. And the next one is Open Community for Java, that it will be in Mainz, Germany in October. About community engagement, our main focus here is how to bring new contributors to be part of the project, and also those members that are already here and already part of the working group, how to help those members to help with the project and to understand why they're here and what are their needs, and to help them finish and achieve their goal. We had a project invited, which you already know, the project to a semester of code. We had a paying term by an enterprise user, and one of our member, Ribos, took care of releasing the RIS5 build for Temurin. Product uses and innovation. Regarding the Temurin downloads, we had a 65% of growth year to date. That if you have seen how many millions of downloads, that's a very impactful growth. On February, we hit the 20 million monthly download milestone, and on June or early July, we hit the 1 million daily downloads. The team have been working on getting faster releases, because we know how important it is for our community to get their needed builds as fast as possible. And they established a goal of targeting the primary platform in 2 days, and they're in 1.5 in average day, and the secondary platform from all those plus 50 release in 7 days, and the average release is 4.5. So they are 80% within the target, and that achievement was done thanks to all the automation work done by the community. Thanks to Haroon's session, you saw the work needed for a release. So congratulations, team. And until now, the bigger and faster release was the one done in July. Let's see how it goes the next release for the last quarter of the year. Project development, AQAvit has their official graduation release back in February, and both Temurin and AQAvit are OpenChain conformant. This is an important standardization or process conformant linked to Eclipse Foundation development process. Secure development, you had heard from our community all the work done. I just want to summarize again how important it has been and all the achievement. The team have been working on being security standard conformance, working on the SSDF and SOSA levels fields. There is still a lot of work in progress, so if you want to help, more than welcome. The VDR that Daniel already thought about it. This is an example of work done by the community member, one of the community members. Security audits. Thanks to the support and the funding of Eclipse Foundation initiative, the Eclipse Temurin has passed the security audit, and the report was released in June. And we already mentioned the Eclipse Temurin software supply chain case study that it was released back in April. And if you haven't read it yet, you can go to the study and check on all the work done by the community, which Shelley and Michael already summarized. Then when we plan all the program plan, another step we do is to plan marketing goals that are aligned and that help to achieve those program goals. So we base this 2024 work in 2 main goals. The first one is membership and sponsorship growth, targeting enterprise user. And we had several initiatives that some of them are already done and some of them are still work in progress. We are working on the website redesign, and their focus will be more about, currently we have an excellent website that is focused on how to get your Temurin bill available as soon as possible. But we have seen that if you're an enterprise user and decision maker, you need more information on how everything works, how the working group works, how all the projects work, what tool can be used, for example, like migration toolkit, if you're an enterprise user. So we are working on that new redesign. Ecosystem development work, because we want to outreach both members and if possible sponsors. Sponsorship promotion, our team have already mentioned that we work thanks to our sponsors and members, and it can be either in-kind or monetary sponsorship. The Temurin case study was an important project to do, as it was the security audit and other certification, event outreach. And regarding social media, the focus for enterprise user is LinkedIn. So we are very active there. This year, increased awareness and adoption, because we have seen that some of the community needs like a reinforcement again, what is Adoptium, what is Temurin, and what are the other projects. So we are working also on that. That's why we have our swag store, where you can get our mug or our t-shirt, and it's store.adoptium.net. We have ongoing email campaigns. We have been part of some community newsletters, such as iJob community newsletter or the Cliff Foundation community newsletter. We also have Adoptium press release in May, because we wanted to highlight the adoption growth, the milestone I already mentioned, the RISC-V support, thanks to the member, all the security and enhancement work done by the community. If we already convinced you and you're super like enthusiastic on how can you be part of the community, I really want to help. Now I understand all the work that I'm doing in backstage to get me the bills I need for my project, for my company. Don't worry, we have different levels on how can you help. Actually, Shelley came up with this idea, and I'm always sharing these 4 levels of involvement. You can be an observer. That is easy to achieve, because you can follow our communication channels. You can be part of our Slack, because there we publish if we have a new lightning talk, if we are part of a new event, if we are publishing a blog post, if someone is releasing something. It's a very active community. We have a mailing list, and you can follow all our social media. You can join our community calls. They are available in our public calendar, and you can attend, because you're already here at Adoptium Summit, you can attend our next event, Adoptium Community, Open Community for Java, that it will be in Mainz, Germany in October. If you want to know more about that project, that event, you can go to java.ocxconf.org. And this is an event that is organized with iJob and also other Java-related working groups at the Cliff Foundation. You can be a consumer, that most of you are already consumers and users of Temurin. Use the output of Adoptium projects, such as the Temurin, the mission control, the migration toolkit. The community is always open to get user feedbacks, and if you have any doubt that you need support with, you can raise an issue on the Adoptium-support repo. You can be a technical contributor. We have already shared how many projects need your help. It could be either to be part of the infrastructure, the build teams, the test, security, distribution, the website, dashboard, because we have a dashboard where we hit all the places where the Temurin is downloaded and it needs some updates. You can be part of the automation team and work that needs to be done. Everything is available at the GitHub instance at Adoptium. Or you can be a non-technical contributor that you can help with the marketing or promotional work. It's about social media amplification, content creation and collaterals, and event talks and attendance. So what can you get for being a contributor? I know you have heard a lot of open source projects asking for help. That's the thing. Open source projects are free of charge, but it also has a lot of work behind that needs to be done. But you can get a lot of things because one of the things you can gain is experience by working with a community that's really open to help, that have a lot of background in different areas of the project and that know how everything works from scratch, and they're very open and have getting a lot of documentation on how can you contribute. You have professional growth because you will gain awareness of your work by working on an open source project. You have recognition and perspective of how things work because you're working on a global and asynchronous environment, and the decision needs to be taken on that same community-driven philosophy. So you collaborate in a diverse community, you can develop new skills, you can advance your career, and made a positive impact for the tech and open source. Thanks for your time. If you want to know more about Adoptium, I'm sharing again all the social medias, also for the Clean Foundation and my own social media. I will stop sharing now. And as a wrap-up session, I don't know if we don't have questions. As a wrap-up session, I want to thank all the program committees, the members that were part of selecting all the talks we had, all the community that was able to give their time and prepare all the sessions. And I know you have been connected from different parts of the world, from Canada, United States, Spain, UK, France, and China. Thank you all. That's why we try to have a block of hours that were easy to everyone to join. I also want to thank Clean Foundation event team and marketing team that they already have like a system implemented on how to organize this type of events, and all our Adopting working group members and sponsors that made possible for the community to get their needed bills. And I don't see any additional comment. Thank you everyone, and see you around in any other event or whatever you want to share with us. I've seen that there is a survey. How do you feel that I'm looking at this way because I need to move this one. How your feedback is important to us because we want to continue doing this Adoptium Summit or similar sessions like webinars, lighting talks. So please give us your feedback. And also, yes, and Japan. Thanks, Shelley. And this is a grapple. And I think there is a last video to show. If I find the video, this is live. Okay, thank you.
People can't fly. This is not realistic. But I kept on dreaming.
This year, OCX is excited to host an inspirational keynote speaker internationally known. We are excited to welcome Cedric Dumont, high-performance psychology expert, book author, and Red Bull athlete. Cedric is a pioneer in wingsuit, flying, and base jumping. He's pushing the limits of what the world thought impossible. After over 13,000 jumps worldwide, Cedric learned that collaboration and trust are make or break in high-pressure environments. And having everyone working towards a common goal is essential for success. Cedric has shared this message around the world for the past 17 years, and this year he will be joining us at the Open Community Experience in Mainz. It is now time for the open source community to take the leap into ultimate collaboration. Are you ready to get inspired at the Open Community Experience 2024?